Do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! Trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? Sir? Sir?
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. It did not work at all.
Why, hello. How's everybody doing? Alright. Just especially for the people who watch the YouTube VODs and scam through them, just to catch everybody up, we're almost finished making pasta. The problem was we did everything except hook up all the stuff that comes from the train, because I didn't have the train delivering stuff. And so the last thing we did last night was get all of our trains delivering our stuff. All the machines are built, everything is set, all the recipes are set, all the copper powders being made, everything's been done. I've just got to hook these 4 things into the machines they need to go into. And once that's done, we're good. So there's 4 things. And the first thing I would like to do is host some storage locally on site, because while I believe they have enough throughput total, they may not come in fast enough bursts. So we're just going to set up, honestly, I'm just going to say 1 double box per product. I feel like if I put any more storage on than that, then really all I'm doing is delaying seeing the problem, right? That's how I feel about it anyway. They each get a storage box, and like, that's good, but like, if you don't make it there in time, like if they run out, I'm just delaying the problem, right? So that one's concrete. What order do I have them in? Let's put them in the same order up here. Concrete, alumina, rubber, plastic. Concrete, aluminum, rubber, plastic. Cool. When you say you're so confident you're gonna finish, yeah, I was. I was so confident I was gonna finish. Spoilers, I did not finish. Okay, so what's the best way to do this would be, actually, I think that the best way to do this would be putting them in line like this. So they come out the bottom. In line. So that's what I want. Actually, maybe I should just move all these boxes closer and not have to deal with making multiple trips. That sounds like the right move. That should be close enough. And then if I go like that, and then like that, kind of just feed them directly into that box. I can, but we have to do this 4 times and they're all in a row. So let's bring you nice and close. There's no reason for you not to be. There we go. Now I can readjust where that is. And then the aluminum is going to come out next. And rubber. Son of a bitch. It's so bad. I always have it the wrong way around. Okay. Concrete, aluminum, aluminium, rubber, plastic. There we go. And how's the world going? I'm going fantastic. Although, my lord, does it take longer to do faster than I ever thought it would. Really? Really? What is your going to? I don't know what that means. Damn it, I thought you'd be able to bend at least a little tiny bit. You can't bend at least a little tiny bit from there? Alright, fine. We'll put you directly in front. Be like that, I guess. Okay, the rest should be fine because they're going to come down sideways. So that should be fine. I'm not sure of your answer. In a bit of beard when it comes to this game. I don't understand what that means. Like, I don't understand the whole sentence that you said. Oh, I've had so many questions about this game, but none of them. Damn, really? Gonna go back one further than that? Alright, we can go back one further than that. But most of the questions that I had were like how many of these should I make? Like, what would be a good number? And everybody, every single time just said, I'll just make whatever you can. And I'm like, that's not fucking helpful in any way. I'm like, what are you doing? That's not helpful. Giving us at least 1,000 items a minute. But I think making 1,000 nuclear pasta a minute might actually be impossible. I'm not 100% certain. But, you know, I'm making 7.5. And that seems like a lot. I'm making 7.5 with the ability to turn it into 20 when I get higher belts, without too much hassle. I could turn it into 20. I am intentionally, I know this is a weird way to offload, but I'm intentionally bringing stuff as close to the front of the train as I can, so that it only takes the one thing, like the one belt downstairs, to offload to everything. There's normally just 10 of them. One of the earliest things I did was say fuck screws and just try real hard to get rid of all of them, which you can. No, that's what I was hoping wouldn't happen. Okay. That's what I was trying to avoid. It's like, what is it? 3 belts high? Like, are you up in the air? Are you above that one? Is that the height? I think it is. Yeah, okay. Oh no. All right, well, there's everything. At least as full, or at least as much as we're going to be able to have. So I could have more crates in front. I could have a larger buffer here. but like looking at the amount of everything that I'm using, I'm only using 500 rubber, 600 of that. The alumina is the one that's using a lot of. We're using a lot of that per minute. That's 12 stacks a minute and change. And it's all coming in as ingots from the train. So I wonder if the ingots deserve a double buffer. Because we're using so many, but not only that, they also only stack to 100. So we're using, oh, we're using nearly half a box a sec. Yo, they need more buffer than that. They absolutely need more buffer than that. I didn't realize that they only stacked to 100. And I was thinking they stacked to 200, and I was like, that should be enough. And maybe it would if they stacked to 200, but they do not. So let's give them a double box. Let's give them, they get two boxes in a row, just because we are plowing through it. And it is being delivered on 2 separate trains, right? So like it should be enough. Could there more trains? I mean, I could absolutely add a 3rd train. If this is not enough storage or not enough throughput, I could add a 3rd train that's just an express to alumina and back, right? Because there's one that's an express to alumina and back right now, and there's a separate one that goes and gets concrete and then gets aluminium and then comes back and delivers both, right? What I could do actually is the 3rd train goes and picks up rubber and plastic and then comes back, right? I could have it also stop at alumina. I could have one dedicated train for aluminium, and both of the other trains also stop at the aluminium station, just to bring as much as possible. This is the dedicated aluminium train. There's only one of those, right? But then the one that brings concrete also brings aluminium. What concrete are you using? Fine concrete. Where? I don't remember. Whatever concrete it is I'm using it at the concrete base. I have a concrete base that's just dedicated concrete. It just makes concrete, and I'll bring it wherever I want. All right, so bring up my thing. Now I'm thinking that what I should do. Okay, so alumina needs all of it. All the aluminium goes to one place where we just make casings. Now that's already hooked up, but it is going to have to come out of 2 lines. Yeah, 2. It's going to have to come out of both lines in the box, and it's just going to have to go straight down to the alumina casings. So let's do that first, because I think you're on this floor. Nope, that's steel pipe. Where did I put aluminum casing? Oh wait, they're separated by floors on my spreadsheet, you fucking idiot. You know what floor just by glancing at the spreadsheet. You might not know what set of machines right away, but you know what floor it is just by glancing at the thing. Here they are. Just write it all down. I've got it all written here, and then it's all like separated into like sections. Like this is a floor, right? So I know what goes where. Okay, so this is my aluminium. You all come in from the other side. You all come in at the top from the other side, which is great, except 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, two things. One, you're going to need a merger on this belt, because it's one set of machines, but it has to take all of it. Yeah, that should be fine, right? And then what I'm going to do is I will color it still. This one and this one. Now, my plan was that everything I brought from the train, right, I was just going to plumb all that across the roof, because that way I would never have to worry about, like, it could actually probably come from, there. That would be better. Let's do that. No question, why don't you just run it all in one line? Because the maximum belt I have is 780. That's the most I can carry on a single belt. That's the Mark 5 belt speed. And there's 1,1200 coming. Right? And so 1,1200 has to be used by this one set of machines. So I could separate them properly and just run one belt to each machine, or like load balance them out, right? And that would be fine. I could absolutely load balance them, but we don't need to. I've never seen anyone do what I'm doing here on this game, but I'm sure someone has, right? I'm sure someone has. I've just never seen it. So what I'm calling this is an injection manifold. I'm pretty sure that's its real name. It's like an actual thing you can do. It's called an injection manifold. Right? Which is the same as a normal manifold system where everything comes in at the end, except what you do is you put, you know, roughly halfway down, preferably if it wasn't like, if it was 8 or something, maybe I'd put it only like 3 in as well. But you know, once a decent amount is taken off that line, you merge in the second line of resources into the same manifold system, right? Which I'm sure other people have done. I'm sure it's a thing that gets done. I haven't personally seen it. But just in like normal production lines and whatnot, it is called an injection manifold. So judging by what I have seen from the Satisfactory community so far, I can't imagine that something as simple as an injection manifold isn't somewhat common. Like, definitely people know about them, but definitely people will be doing it, right? Like, okay, so we're gonna run you to, let's say, about there. And then, so I would like to come down as close to the edge here so that I can squeeze through, please. And we have to come through from this line, because this is where it's all coming from. So around there, if I could, that'd be fantastic. Might even go like there and there. That's where I'd like you guys to come in. You're a sucky, and you're a sucky. Awkward, because you cross over everything. Now everything else is gonna have to fucking jump over you. But so be it. Well, I'll tell you what we will do. We will dive in a little bit before we do so. Because if we do that, then everything else can also make its way into the factory in those front few squares, right? Whatever, close enough, nobody cares. Ba-dum-bum-bum. And we put this thing. Hey. How dare you? Honestly, you can ramp down, it's fine, that doesn't matter. Really? Okay, that's the easy part. And now there's absolutely no way you go all the way down. I will need to put holes in places. And I want the holes to be all the way down here. Jesus Christ. Fucked if I remember where. What if I do something like, I think it was like, no, not there. Man, lining up these holes is the worst. Like, I think you were on that line somewhere. Hopefully you're in line to one of them. I'm also going to be like super honest. They could just have these lifts have infinite range. Ooh, it's actually a little further than I wanted. Oh wait, this is the line you're supposed to go to. Anyway. Right, so right here. Okay. So like there. No? Damn it. Whatever, let's just go halfway. Separated into multiple lifts. This is the way you're actually meant to do it. Alright. Okay, so just to the right of the seam, just to the in of the seam. So just to the right of the seam, just to the in of the seam. So there, and then the other one had a gap and it was right there. Those should come all the way down now. A victory. Okay. You're gonna have to go a bit default because apparently I built into the rock ever so slightly. Didn't really want to build into the rock like that. When I built my base, it just ended up being a little bit bigger than I had originally intended it to be. Which is fine. Ta-da! Which means it goes down there and it goes down there and is full, and our injection manifold is complete. You get changed to C for complete, which means everything on those floors is complete, everything on that floor is complete, which means we only have really, so it's only the top 2 floors? I swear I didn't do this intentionally, but apparently only the top 2 floors need stuff from the train that isn't aluminum. That wasn't intentional, but it is a nice happy coincidence. Okay, let's start on the top floor, preferably. Right, so you need heat. So the only thing needed up here that I don't already provide is concrete. And that should need to be in the heavy modular frames right here. Of which this one right here, the top line is open. Fantastic. I can probably, reckon I can just hook straight onto there and be like, no. Yeah, I could though. I could though, but that's not how I should do it, because that would go up into the, no. We should do the same thing we did with the others. Right, where I take this, put it up there, line it up with that. Take this, put it here. Line the top up with that. Put your belt in. You're a piece of shit. There. Okay. That'll do. Which means concrete has to come down here, and it's going to be needed on just about well, this floor and the next floor down a lot. The next floor down a lot, actually. So it's going to be, let's just pick a place we want it to come down. Lots of room for logistics there if I don't get stuck. So let's say, let's say 2 squares in, right in the center. 2 squares in, right in the center. You're an innie. Oh, that's close. Damn. I think I actually want you to come in the other side then. Yeah, I do. Alright, change my mind, cool. You're coming in there. That's where you're coming in. Okay, unfortunately, I do still want you to be at a different place down there. So I think we'll just split it right here. And you'll come down. It's going to be too sharp of a corner. You're going to have to do a little loop. I don't care. The rest of you is going to come down here, because that's where you need to be. So there's concrete provided to those, so they're done. Complete. How could this possibly not be done? I'm pretty sure that's done. Why did I label that as partial? You're not done. Something's missing. I haven't pumped alumina casing into that yet. Oh, I haven't pumped alumina casing anywhere. That's because we didn't have any. I see. Yep, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so back down the next level, we need rubber for those. And concrete again for the steel, for the encased beams. Cool. So that will be that floor. Everything from the train. Which means the next floor down. Those are already done. This should be the one missing. How could you be missing steel pipes and concrete? I made steel pipes somewhere, did I not? Oh, you're not. There's steel pipes. So that's the hole for concrete. That is otherwise known as the concrete hole. You're full. You need the alumina casings. And you guys are also done, both lines. Yep, okay. So alumina casings have to come back up. The only thing here that needs anything is that, which needs concrete again. It would be real easy to just take concrete all the way down to the next level, but on the ceiling, because that's where you need to go. All right. Next level, but on the ceiling. That's where you need to go. Grab yourself a floor hole, because you just fit right there. Perfect. Grab yourself a floor hole. Encased industrial beams will require the concrete. And you are going to come from up here, because that's intentionally what we did here. So split up right there. Concrete. Perfect. Perfect and perfect, which means now what on here needs concrete. Oh, keep up. Completed. You got it, you got it. So the next thing is steel pipe. Is that all of the remaining concrete? It does look like concrete only goes to 3 places. Fantastic. So those are circuit boards. Cable, not this one, that's for sure. Certainly not that one. You're not possibly making all of the steel pipe, are you? No, so it has to be this one over here. Yeah, okay. To wit, one of you is already full. Yes. Fantastic. And the other one is gonna get concrete from the sky. Ooh. That becomes too close to those lifts if you do that. So, preferably, you'll come out that way a little bit. And you'll match it. Perfect. And concrete. Perfect. That's concrete done. That's alumina pumped through and concrete pumped through. Two out of 4. Where'd they go? That one. Complete. So let's see. There's rubber and plastic. Rubber has to go both to the heat sink area and to the cable area. Adhered iron plate, barely any. And then quick wire and the heat exchange. Okay. Really? Have a liquid biomass production just what but there's no way to automate that, is there? I mean, you can automate everything after harvesting, but don't you have to go cut down trees and shit? Like, isn't that, don't you have to go cut down trees for that? All right, highest state. So the highest floor that needs it is our assemblers doing heat sinks. You're the highest place that needs it, which should be this floor. Perfect. I made a new mod for it to take coal and turn it into but why? Oh, hopefully that'll be fine. rubber. Don't tell me. Don't tell me you hit that, you piece of shit. Slightly further over. Let's go in. I don't know. There. Give us a little more room, please. Actually, even come forward a little. Give us a bit more. Bit more room, please. I'll do automate, and exploit. I mean, fair. Just that biomass isn't like the most fantastic fuel in the world, right? Okay, so you're going to come to the logistics floor, where you get to face here, where the first thing that's going to happen is you're going to get split there, and you're going to go into this one. Make it behind that. Perfect. You won't make it to there in one go though, will you? Nope. Boom. Okay. Rubber is in the heat sinks. Here. To complete. Next place for rubber is, so there's one there and one there. Okay, so the floor that has cable, I think they should be on the same floor. So quick wire's a little bit all over the place because I had to make it several different places, but I think that the quick wire that requires rubber is not there. It's not those ones. It's the ones specifically that make cable, so it's none of those. Quick wire and rubber go into cable. There. Okay. So you go in there, which means this is the next machine that requires rubber. So let's see. How would that look if I chucked it? Nope. Absolutely not. Okay. In that case, you get some roof antics. And that, I believe, is the other one that needs it. Let's have a look. Boop. It is. Should mean roof antics. Lovely. So it would be the nicest possible thing if you could hook down onto this floor. Around about there would be awfully convenient. Well, okay, not there then. A little bit further out than that then. So you're coming in like here then. should be manageable because you'll be spitting out, and then you're just going to take the splitter and hook straight onto the end right there. That should be close enough. You're going to take the rubber and then straight across the roof. Oh, not quite. You're going to take the rubber. Which means this hole needs to bring in the rubber, which is where still? Where'd I leave the rubber last? Right here. That is inconvenient. Actually, that's kind of fine. You face it that way. Yeah, that's fine. Face it that way, right? We get the splitter. We actually hook the splitter onto that one. Damn it, that's not right. How you like that? That doesn't make any sense. Right? Yeah. You're an in, which is great. You're gonna split there, which means you're gonna go straight into that one, and you're gonna come in the innie. Perfect. And now you should head both ways. Fantastic. Put back in our fake floor hole. And ta-da! Everything is rubber. I believe that that is all of the things that needed rubber. So just give rubber to you. And just give rubber to you. And the other thing that needed rubber was this, which I already did, which is 3. And if I double check up here, 1, 2, 3. That's it. Okay. So rubber's done, concrete's done, aluminum is done. So now, plastic. Now that I've made this whole base, I believe that I made a mistake in my planning, and I should never have made Caterium circuit board, because it's the only thing that I have made that needs plastic, and there were other options, right? I have silica. I could have made silica. Copper's everywhere. I should have done that recipe. And then I would just have not needed to bring in plastic at all. Right? It's something I should look at next time I'm making a base. When I go, I'm just going to bring in all these things that I've made. I should have a look when I'm done and see if there's a real low number. And if there's a real low number, to be like, oh, I'm making one single part with this, and I've got a whole shipping crate dedicated to just it. Is there an alternative? Can I not make that? But I didn't do that. So I have to find the circuit boards. Because like, yeah, that might be the most efficient recipe. I think it actually is. But like, is it? If it's the only thing in the whole base that's using plastic, then it doesn't feel like it is actually the most efficient at all, right? Like, I've just had to ship plastic halfway across the world. And that doesn't seem right. So, can I page you up in the air? I can. That's too high. Can you fit through? Oh, a little bit further, actually. Little bit further, actually. Okay, so let's do that again. But let's page you up into the air until you're in line with that, which I think you are. Oop. Come one further back. Click. Can I bring you up to the plastics now without intercepting any other belts? Nope, you still have to come further back. That is an inconvenience and a half. All right, let's go the other way then. Let's say I wanted to bring it in around there. Right. Boom. Can I bring the plastic in around there? Yeah, that's actually pretty convenient placing. It's further down than that, isn't it? It's right in the center of that first one. Right in the center of this first one. Is that the machine that needs it? No. Further down. One level down. That's the machine that needs it. So I want right in the center of that first block. Right there. Thank you. That should come all the way down to that one. No problem. Easy. Big floor hole. Big floor hole. Now what I would do is I would take a mod that just adds these floor holes. It just lets me drag a lift through foundations and would just automatically add the floor holes, even if they're just cosmetic like the ones that I use. Because it doesn't matter, right? Like, it doesn't matter that that's a cosmetic floor hole that I added afterwards. You can't tell. Like, it's fine. Honestly, I feel like if you just go to here and you maybe, no, you probably stay facing forward, right? And then you come here, but to that same level, maybe that way. There you go. Hope that's the right place. It is. Fantastic. Almost every like complaint or mod that I want in this game is just some like minor quality of life shit. Like I cannot fathom why all the machines don't daisy chain together. Like, I don't, why would you not let the machines have at least 4 outputs so that they can just daisy chain. Like, why not? Why? Like, who does that hurt? Like, what's going on? Why? Okay. So that brings you to complete also. So are there any others that say P? Why do you say P still? I never run the Illumina casing up to you? So a tiny bit of awkwardness that we have to deal with. So basically overflow load balancing, I think. So I think I intentionally make sure that I send, so I've got to split the out into 2. They can be equal lines, it doesn't matter. I'll do 3 and 3, right? I put them on a logistics floor, and then I intentionally send the first line to the heat exchangers that use only 360 with a smart splitter on it that overflows the excess into the second line. And we just have the heat exchangers fill up first. And then it'll just overflow the rest of them into the fused modular frame line, which should be fine. So that just has to be done on a logistics floor real quick. Yeah. So let's do that first. So the Illumina casings are not this one, that's the steel pipe. Where the where'd I put the aluminium? Down here. Right. Copper on this side, aluminium at the back. Oh, I already split them. Oh wait, I already split them and I'm pretty sure I did a good job of it. Yeah, I already split the outline. So does that mean I already sent, because that's 180 and that's 180. Which is 360. So did I already send that to the heat exchange? I did, because that says complete. Right, so I just didn't set up the fused modular frames. Right, because they were 2 stories above and I just forgot to come back. So all the remaining, which is here, yep, all the remaining, which is here, yes, hello boys, comes up to, well, it comes up to fused modular frames, which is where? That's a good question. Not that line. All the way over here, right? Wait, my heavy modular frames don't have an input. How can they not have? Oh no, they do. They do have both their inputs. I just forgot to connect this little bit. Okay, so where do they go? So they jump in and go upstairs again. More fake floor holes, please. It was a huge change of pace. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's been real nice. Okay. They're my heavy modular frames. Where the fuck was I trying to put? I'm lost. Oh, it's the blenders. They go over here. They go over here. Right. Those are going to need to be done underneath. Because there's just no way to do this up here. Just double check. Yes, those are the ones that need aluminum casing. Cool. Yeah, I'm here for it. Is it really like that far removed from ARPGs though? Or no, it is, but is it that far removed from PoE? Because like a really big chunk of this game is essentially a modular fucking math problem spreadsheet in a separate program where you have to like work out all the intricacies of your entire, in this case, factory instead of build. But like, we all know PoE isn't the game, right? Path of building is the game, and PoE is where you right, like PoE is where you test your path of building idea to make sure it works, right? Like that's so in that way it's actually quite similar to Satisfactory, right? Like that's quite a lot of similarity there, right? I'll tell you what, we will mini load balance here. We're not really gonna like properly load balance, but we'll like mini load balance.
Enjoy ExileCon. Might see you there.
Jesus fucking Christ. Excuse? What the fuck? Are you okay? Taj and Boom Shroom. I mean, thank you for the $2,500 tip. What the fuck? I mean, that means I could just do flights and hotels booking like tonight / tomorrow morning. I can actually like book the holiday. So I have, the only thing I have is the ticket to the con. And I was like, that's it. I can't afford anything else. I was just like, I'm gonna have to figure out how to fix the rest of that before we get there. That'll fix the rest of it. Jesus. Yeah, it means I'll do it like tonight.
That's a lot of pins.
Yeah, like the earlier you book, the better. Like it's still cheap now. Like it'll still be quite a bit. It'll be quite a bit more expensive if I had to wait 3 or 4 months, right? But like that's what I was probably gonna have to do is like book 3 months from now. But then you're 3 months closer and everything is more expensive. But like that's when I would have maybe a chance of being able to afford it. You didn't get a content creator invite for real? They offered to give me a normal ticket and that was it. You'll be able to do it in a month, 2 months at least, right? Because it takes like it takes a month to get paid. You get paid for like the previous month, right? Jesus. That's, I don't, that's a lot. I've lost track of my life. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. What was I was taking the rest of this aluminum casing. I'm putting it up wherever I wanted it to go. Which is like, let's just say the middle of that square right in front of me. That seam rather. Didn't even type afterwards. I feel like saying thank you is not enough. I feel like I need like throat numbing spray or something. I gorgeous load balancing there. That is actually load balanced properly. Which makes this one go from partial to complete. Which means there's only 2 things left to do. One is run the copper powder all the way to the top. And then the second one is the second one is not to let your eyes leak, and I don't know, power on the facility. That's it. Run the copper powder lines to the top and power on the facility. Why is Roblox listed on Twitch? Isn't it a game? I don't know. I've never played it. How much power are these going to use? Oh, I don't know about those individually, but my entire copper plant uses a max use of 40,000 megawatts. But that includes like that ocean over there. Just ocean of overclocked foundries making nothing but copper powder. That's all that is. That whole thing is copper powder. How many games on the top bar equivalent to following and browse? But that's awkward. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Really? That's too far away? Well, okay, but actually, so if we're going to do the copper powder like that, yeah, there's plenty of room on the outsides. Okay, fantastic. Fantastic. I know how we're going to do the copper powder and have it like look cool so that I can see it running into all the machines. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna come all the way back here on every one of them. Can I link stuff? If it's like relevant and appropriate, yes. So far, I haven't had to block people from randomly linking whatever they want because people have behaved and not linked inappropriate things. Don't know when that's going to end, but if there's one thing I do know about people in general is that that will not last forever. At some point, it'll become an issue, and I will have to fucking is an MK2 belt enough? You only need 100 copper a minute, so an MK2 belt is enough. Because that's 120 copper a minute. These are stupid age verifying face scans everywhere. Yeah, I'm of two minds about that. Like, one, a part of me really likes the idea that like, you should be responsible for your actions and your words even when you're online. And like, in a perfect world, I would think online verification where you have to like link to a real person would be a good thing. Unfortunately, there's a whole lot of legitimate reasons to need to keep anonymity online. There's a whole lot of legitimate reasons to need to keep anonymity online. And I think those outweigh the benefits of people having to be responsible for their own words. Like, sure, it'd be great if everybody had to be responsible for their own words, but also, like, abusers and whatnot, stalkers and all sorts of things that, like, and that's that, you know, that's like a real problem. Okay, so these have to be load balanced as well, right? And so the trick here, as far as I'm concerned, is we'll split it into three. So there'll be 3 incoming lines, and each line will have to feed 5 machines, right? So if I do that one there, that'll feed 3, right? And then I do this one here, which will only feed 2. If I've got this right, it'll be a relatively large load balancing system, but it'll be a load balancing system. And there'll be a splitter there. And then here will be a merger, right? And then stay with me. One line goes in here to this first splitter. Damn it. It comes into this splitter that feeds 3 machines. Then one line comes out of this splitter. It goes into that splitter that feeds 2 machines and then merges the excess back into there. It's a little big, but that's because the machines upstairs are very far apart from each other. And then this is where one of our copper wires, one of our copper powders come in. Yeah, I think that works perfectly. I'm pretty sure that works perfectly. Unless anyone can think of an easier way to load balance between 2 lines to 15 machines. So right now I have 2 lines to 15 machines. So my plan is that on the bottom floor where the copper comes in, I'm going to split those 2 lines into 3 even lines. And then I'm going to split the 3 even lines between each 5 with that load balancing system that I just did right there. So each set of 5 gets its own belt. And then it essentially gets split 6 ways, but one of those loops back to the front, so it ends up getting split 5 ways equally. I would run 2 into the middle of each 5. But there's 3 5s, there's 15. There's 15 machines. So each belt, if I keep them as 2 belts, each belt has to run 7.5 machines. And I couldn't work out a way to load balance 2 belts into 7.5 machines each. It just wouldn't, I couldn't make it work. That doesn't mean that there isn't a way, but I couldn't figure it out. So the best solution that I had come up with is to, on the bottom floor, split my 2 lines into 3 lines instead. After you split into 3, instead of looping back, I would run 2 into the middle of each. But then, no, you can't run 2 into the middle. Like if I was to like split this one, then one machine would get twice as many as the rest. Set up this way, what happens is the input, whatever is on this belt, will be exactly evenly distributed 5 ways instead of 6. I could have done something like this with the 2 belts in 7.5 each, and that would have worked, except that each belt, when there's only 2 of them, come in with 750 on the line already. And my max belt speed is 780 because I don't have the upgraded belts, which means I can't actually have a remerger at the beginning. And so that like cut me out of all of the load balancing that I would want to do, because there's already 750 coming in and I would need to merge back in more than the line would possibly handle, which would essentially fuck the whole thing. Let it back up from the middle. So normally I do a lot of manifold things and I just let machines back up and it's fine. In this one specifically, I thought these particle accelerators look so fucking cool that what I actually want is permanent moving belts where they don't stop, which is why I built so much area, and I even built the second machines in here to have them perfectly feeding 3 machines each. And it's also why I gave such a big runway here as much as I could. And I want to load balance it properly, because I just think the particle accelerators look so cool that I would like to see everything flowing constantly, which means I want to provide the exact amount I'm using all the time. You know, smart splitters I have. Like I can have it spit overflows out in correct places and whatnot, but this still seems like the most elegant solution that's going to be the smoothest. And I intentionally left myself a ton of room on this logistics floor to do exactly that. Right? To do exactly what I'm talking about, so that I could do it. Splitters. Okay. So now my first splitter would go pretty close. Pretty close. And you'll handle those three. And then my next splitter goes all the way down here. Right, but pretty close. Okay, cool. Because you will handle that machine and that machine. You will handle that machine and that machine and that machine. Another splitter will come back a little bit right here. Yeah, I don't know, about there-ish, where you split into being too far away. Split into there, and you split into you'll be too far away again as well, but not by much. And then we get a merger that comes back here. That goes forward. And the excess comes back into the merger. They're actually built to not be overclocked at all right now, which is silly. I could have made it on way less machines. I don't know, they just looked really cool. I wanted to turn on 15 particle accelerators at once. They just looked really cool. I don't have like a defense for that. There's no reason for it to be like that. It just, they looked really cool. And I was like, you know, here's a big open area. Let's see if I can just put 15 of them out. I mean, technically it's more power efficient, but I don't know if that's like really an issue. Okay, so one in from the belt on this side. That's two in from the edge in case you don't have a belt. These and the converters look so good when they're running. Actually, I haven't seen one running yet. It gives 250% more power. I think it's more than that. Like, it's, I don't know the exact formulas or anything, but I know it's like multiplicatively more power. Like, you don't use 50% more power to make 50% more items, right? You use, I don't know the exact numbers, but it's something like, you know, you use 70% more power to make 50% more items. But then if you want to make 120% more items, you're going to use 200% more power, right? Like it gets worse and worse the more powerful you want it to be. I don't know what the actual numbers are. Those aren't the actual numbers. But I know that it's like very power inefficient to overclock machines, but also I made a lot of power, so I could. Okay, perfect. There is room to do all 3 load balancings for copper. The only issue is you, the first one, you want to be in the middle of that, which is a little bit annoying, but I can fix that. I just fucking effectively at 250% clock speed, you pay 33% more in power per item. Right, okay. Okay, so the first line of splitters has to be essentially here. That being said, wanting to see 15 particle skeletons start up at the same time as the reason as Eddie, right? Feels like it is anyway. I was just like, they look really fucking cool. Let's start 15 of them up. Why not? Click. Cool. So these are the 2 splitters. You will feed that one and that one. You will feed this one and this one and this one, which had to be like offset a little bit for some reason, because it was inside those things. Yeah, it's fine. So then another splitter that comes back about yay far. Yay. You don't need to be held. Just be in the middle. Then puts a merger at the end. So you get that, and then also you get a return from here. Boom. That should be all the load balancing needed for the copper on this side. I will just need to split the copper into 3 lines and run it to the top, and then hook power up through the whole fucking factory, and then we're in. Okay. So, absolutely shit tons of room on this first logistics floor. So, I would like to bring the 3 lines of copper up, like right here. 1, 2, 3. Has that got on every floor? That is good on every floor, except you actually come out 1 further here than everything else does, but that's that's okay. I didn't realize that that was a thing, but let's just fix that right there. Do the same thing over here. Let's fix it. You actually do. Lol. Okay, fantastic. Right, so where I actually want my copper to come up, I can run them through this whole floor. There's plenty of room. So I would just like it all to come up in 3 lines. Let's actually go close to that line, and let's say 1, 2, 3. That's where I want those 3 lines to come up. Which was 1, 2, 3. So those will line up, which means I can put these in here, which will be innies. And this is going to be where I want the 3 lines of copper to come in to the rest of the factory. Unfortunately, here's my copper, which I will just fucking drag in. I mean, technically my copper's going to a sink right now, but here's my 2 lines that will have their copper on them. So we'll just fucking yoink them into the bottom of the base here, but there's only 2 lines. All right. So I'm going to have them come up, let's say here, and I would actually like to give it some space. So I have actually no idea how much space you need. I feel like it's going to be that much space. So we're going to split 2 lines into equal 3 lines. Is the plan. So I think this is easy as piss. Like, maybe I'm stupid, but I think this is super easy. Is it not? So the first one will merge a line from there and a line from there into one middle bit, right? And then the second one will just come forward, right? But instead of being anything special, you'll just go 2 on top of each other like this, And you'll take that middle one. Ah, too far, too close, a little bit further. What are you working on? I'm just splitting 2 equal lines into 3. I just don't want to. What I could do is I could just merge these 2 together, right? And then these 2 together. Actually, maybe that's what you do, right? Because they're equal lines. So one needs to take from both. And then one just takes like this, right? And then one takes like this. And then I got 3 lines. That's it. That's 3 equal lines now, right? Zach from MySpace. Ah. Thank you for the T1 sub. So I should just be able to go. I mean, that literally should be it. Right, line 1, line 2, and that's it. That should be 3 equal lines. 2 lines come in, they all get split in 3, which gives me 6 total, and then 2 total go back to 1, 2 total go back to 1, 2 total go back to 1. That's equal. Why are you being so weird, dude? There we go. And then we go click. And click. And we go back down to go click. And click. Then we go back down. And click. And now the unfortunate moment where we have to go to each floor and manually add fake floor holes. Because it looks silly if you don't, but also it's so much quicker than like running floor holes correctly the whole way up. Like running the lifts to the actual, like placing all the floor holes and then running a lift for each one is way more time consuming than this. And it looks the same. All right, ta-da. There's 3 to the top. So now one there, one there, and one there. And where do I have to run these 2 exactly? Unfortunately, I did you from the other side, but that's okay. No, that's fine. Okay, so this one comes straight down beside this. You come in. join there. And that's the first one, correct. Second one. Straight down. All the load balancing already done. So we're just plugging you straight into there. And the third one, this one right here, has to go in to like here. And we'll go for a little jog around the other side of the fucking building. But that's fine. This is exactly why we have logistics floors. Like exactly why. Straight to the third one, which is also already set up. Bit of nasty load balancing, but it's not even nasty, really. Okay, well, I think as far as I'm concerned, they're all basically set up. So the only thing I need to do is hook up power and plug those two lines in down the bottom. Now, I want to hook up power and start the machine, like the whole factory. Like, I don't know, 2, maybe 3 minutes before I plug the copper in, because I don't want it to super back up, right? I don't want it to super back up on the things, because I want it to look cool. So I want them to at least start receiving their first items before we plug the copper in. However, I made an awful mistake of not fucking powering the floors as I went. So even though it's ready to turn on, I have to power everything. Right. I'll be back in just a moment. Oh. Okay. Well, I think it's fucking time to start turning this bitch on. One floor at a time, I guess? You're gonna connect to you. You're gonna connect to you. You're gonna connect to the roof. You're gonna connect to that one. 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 You're gonna do over to here. And then unfortunately you guys don't even have power in the blueprint, so these are half connected. You need to plug into that nubbin. And that should be all the power from the first floor, as long as we actually connect somewhere. It should be over this corner here. Is it not this corner? And boom. That whole floor should turn on, honestly, instantly. Why didn't you? Oh, whoops. Boop. Okay. Those would have turned on instantly. Why isn't this on? Ah, because it requires the iron ingots that are getting made now. So they'll be a tiny bit behind. As all this, it'll take a minute to power up. That's fine. Same thing. These are going to take a little bit because manifolds. That's fine too. Okay, one story working. Next story, power. Okay. Same deal here. Every second one needs to be connected because that's how the blueprint works. should be the same over here. Those two are connected. Those two are not. Those two are connected. Those two are not. And the same deal right there. It should make it so that you plug into there and that one goes on. You plug into there and that whole machine goes on. Oh, wait, there's no power to the floor yet. That's fine. And you plug into there and that one goes on. So all of those are connected. The only thing not connected is up here. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, there's all of them. And this gets connected to the next level of floor of roof power, and that gets connected to the one fucking all the way down here, I guess. That'll do. Power me up, buddy. Fantastic. All of those machines went on except those ones. Did I mess that up, or does it just require something from a different floor that's coming up slowly? Yeah, it requires quick wire from a different floor, so that comes up slowly because that only just turned on, so that's fine. They will all turn on. Uh-oh. Looks like I'm running awfully low on Caterium ingots. Right, only because it's a multi-floor manifold. These ones only just filling up right now. That's fine. There's a multi-floor manifold. Those are only just filling up right now. The next ones will fill up soon enough. Next, third floor. You go to there. You go to there. You go to there. You go to there. Those are all connected. Should, in theory, be fine. You're going to connect to the roof there. You're going to connect back to this stubborn. We're going to come forward into this side. And then also forward into this side. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That should be everything. These may not be ready to fully turn on yet because the circuit boards are there's not a lot of those, but so cool powering them up at night. Well, hopefully. Everything on that floor. Oh, no. There's some red over there. Did I not hook them up? I didn't. There's no power cable headed over here. You have to connect to one of my fake nubbins. Not there. There we go. Fantastic. That's that floor on. So I think this is the final, yeah, this is the final floor of like, other than the top floor. So I guess like the second final floor, right? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Damn it. I don't want them to all turn on right now. I want to turn the floor on all at once. I like that better. Yeah, you got some more roof power over here. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're gonna feed this sink. Hang on 1 second. Okay. That should be everything there plugged in. So we just took this one up to that one, and everything on the final floor turns on. Right? No, because I made my own fucking wall nubbin instead of connecting. There we go. Very nice. They're all on. These ones might take a little bit longer because they do have to get a lot of steel pipes and concrete in, but they do look like they're filling up. So they're coming on. They're coming online. That's fine. These ones are not getting any heavy modular frames, right? Because they come from here. So those will take a minute to come on. because these guys have to make heavy modular frames first. So now we can deal with power up the top here, which I have not even thought about what exactly I'm going to do to power everything, but also have it look like, oh God. Guys, I haven't plugged in the fucking buildings at the top. Hold on. Hold. I never plugged in the buildings at the top. Fused modular flames and radio control units. Right. I've made one large I mean, it fucking looks like I did. I did hook it all up. I just saw a radio control unit go in. There's splitting there. There's load balancing there. I've done the thing. I think I just didn't do that. I mean, they won't have a lot. They just turned on, but like, but yeah, see, we're starting to get some radio control units. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, nothing up here has power. Okay, so first, a power pole right in the center that just powers all 5 of these machines. Now what if, I mean, is it okay to put like a power pole on top of each of these splitters and have it just power those 3? Like, does that look stupid or is it fine? It usually is where you put yours on top of splitters and shit. Like, I just wish that they would like daisy chain to each other, right? I wish they would daisy chain to each other. I kind of think it's silly that they don't daisy chain. Like, all machines should just by default have 4 connections. You're gonna do, let's come right to the edge here, and then you're gonna go all the way into the corner. You're gonna go like that, actually. I don't even know what the fuck you think you're powering. Nothing. You're literally powering nothing. You're just coming from the power downstairs right now. Okay, so you can actually go away. Alright, now I haven't turned these on for good reason. I do need there to be like at least something in all of these lifts. There has to be at least something in all of these lifts before we're ready to turn anything on. 3 radio control units in that lift. 3 in that lift. Where's the rest of them? We should be making 15 of those a minute. There should at least be those in some things. And there's a fused frame. Where you going, bud? Oh, you went up that one. Okay, so there should be a fused frame at least in one of the lifts, right? Like I just watched one go in somewhere. One of these lifts should have a frame in it. I don't know which one, but one of them. None of the lifts have frames in them. But the machines can't have them because they don't have any power, so they can't take them. It has to be in the lift. But where the fuck else could it have gone? They're connected to a pole, but that pole isn't connected to power. There's no power. That entire floor gets powered by here, which I have intentionally not connected. Right? Because I don't want to turn this floor on until there's at least a little bit built up behind those machines. See, every list should have those in them then, right? Because like they're in there and they're in there. So let's just let myself out in the middle here real quick. See, that has fused modular frames on that lift, and that has turbo motors on that lift, and they're these ones, and this side has nothing, which tells me they're not actually connected. How could they not be connected? Okay. Sure, fine. Makes the noise. Makes the noise, says connected. Yep, yep. And you'll be a minute because obviously fused modular frames are very slow. So if I want to test it, I have to wait for one to go up there again. Okay. mean, it's a splitter, so one should go that way and then one should go up there. Come, buddy. Oh, now that conveyor lift says it has too. Where? Where are they? Oh. Oh, it went up. It went up. It went through the roof. It should. It should stick out the top here. It fucking doesn't. There we go. Okay, those are connecting. These two are not connecting. I don't know why we're having so many troubles here, but those two are now working. So these two are working down here. So let's just try. See? That shouldn't even be able to do that. Nothing's gonna come up here. No, that shouldn't even be able to do that. Yeah, it's like they're not connecting to the holes, which is a little weird. I don't know why, but if we just connect them to the holes first. I mean, that ate them all, and they actually went through the roof. Okay. Yep, so now there's stuff in there and stuff in there. Okay. Okay, so that one's working. This one is not working. So let's double check. That needs to be into the machine. That will not be enough. That will not, nothing will come up. Okay, let's delete that again. Wonder why this is being so weird. Like, I mean, that made the connection noise. This one worked because it got that in there. Ah, and that one worked. One just came through. Okay, so I don't know why we're doing this, but we're reconnecting lifts because for some reason they didn't connect properly. Again, it's not this side, so it is this side. Should be you and you. I don't know why you're misbehaving, but good, 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 good. Okay, so stuff in there, stuff in there, stuff in there, stuff in there. No stuff in here. Stuff in there, stuff in there, stuff in there. No stuff in here. This one's still no worky. This one right here, still no worky. Stuff here. Okay, built. Take a cube. Take a cube, I dare ya. There we go. cube. Okay, so cube, radio control unit, radio control unit cube, radio control unit cube, radio control unit cube, radio control. For some reason those ones are backwards, but stuff in all of them. Repaint the lifts on the top half so that they match everything else. Repaint those and them and those and that and that and that and that and that and that and that. Okay, so I'm going to hook up power to this floor, and then I'm going to go downstairs and hook up the lines of copper, which should give this, you know, like 1 minute or so to generate at least a little bit for each thing. Actually, how much do you need? How much time do you need to generate 3 of these? 1.5 a minute. So you essentially need 2 full minutes of this machine running before, at a minimum, before we connect the last thing, well, before we plug in the copper, so that all of the particle accelerators can turn on at the same time. So you're going to take the power to here, and then you're going to take the power to right there. Now all the machines in the middle start running their shit, and they also start taking in more than is in the lift. There's a small backup in each one of them, which is perfect. Just double checking all of them. Okay, 1 into 3, 1 into 3, 1 into 3, 1 into 3, 1 into 3. Okay, they're perfect. Now, if you only make 1.5 a minute, that's gonna be fucking slow. That is the slowest fucking item I've ever seen in my life. You're gonna make a minimum of 2 more of those before I even bother to look for copper to plug it in. It's already hooked up. I just gotta plug the lines in at the floor and it'll just feed itself up. But I want to watch and make sure that this does exactly what I think it does, even over a long amount of time. Even though these are like 45 seconds apart or something, I want to make sure it sends 1 to each machine. Okay, so that one, the first one went straight forward. So that machine will have a cube. See you, buddy. So you should go either right or left. Either right or left, not forward. There we go, to the right. And then you should go left. And all the other ones should be pretty much in sync. So as long as that one enters there, we should have particle accelerators on. I will mention that they have nowhere to go yet. I haven't pumped the particle accelerator lines to anything. So Like there's nothing on the outside. Like there's no output for them. That's okay. It's not important right now. Yes, it did go left. Perfect. They'll be slow too. Yeah, they make half of a nuclear pasta per minute each. So I'll have plenty of time to see them all turn on, admire the work, see how cool it looks, and then be like, okay, where am I gonna bring them all? Right? All right, well, that's one in every machine though already. So time to drop down. Time to go find my copper and just fucking jam those lines in. Like 100 minutes then go to full. I think the queues, I think 50. Like I think they only I think the stack size is only 50. Okay, so that one and that one, and you need to come from over here. Oh, excuse me. Oh, right, of course. Well, I mean, they do. CMP. Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right. These actually, I forgot until just now. These don't actually have any copper on them. I forgot. Okay. That's fine. There's plenty of time for that to wind up. All right. Be better if you go that way, I guess. Alright, this bit's just gonna be, it's just how it is. Just shove it all in a container and then work out how to get into the space elevator. Yeah, it'll be fine. Damn, really? Okay. Alright, I just had to text real quick. Alright. Fucking let's take them off the sink. Let's go take the copper off the sink. It's coming. It's coming in. That whole copper plant's been running the whole time. It's just been sending 1500 copper into the sink over there. Yes, hello. Okay, one. Yeah, we'll take you from that side right there, I guess. Hold on. Hover. So you can come from literally right there. I'll just cut that. And then the next one will come from that other belt, so we'll just cut right there. So that's it. 750 a minute straight into the sink on both of those. Boom. That one's in. Who cares what it looks like right now? I can come by and neaten anything up later when I need it. That one's in. Thanks, awesome sink. Ah, here they come. Quick, let's race it back as quick as I can. It has to go through a whole bunch of, oops, of like splitters and shit too, so... And then it has to feed itself up the factory. So... I should beat it pretty solidly. It's just coming in down the bottom here now. That's the first line anyway. The second line connected should be joining it in a second. So here comes two of the lines. The third one will be joined momentarily. Which means our particle accelerators should turn on. Yeah, those are not our dogs. They're someone else's dogs that we're looking after, and they're not pleased to not be with their owners. Here comes all the stuff. Here it all comes. Everybody's getting concrete. And you're getting it at 120 a minute. You only use 100 a minute. So... any moment now, the particle accelerators will turn on. Literally don't want you in the way. Is it happening? It's happening. Any moment now, it's happening. Any moment now. Any moment now. Come on. Get on up. Alert. Yeah, but they only need 100 per machine. So it should only take 1 minute. Or a little under a minute. Here they go. Oh my god. Yo, these things look cool. Yo. That looks very cool. How's the power? Oh, I'm not even sure. I want to know. You're all right. Maximum consumption 93. Oh, woo, we're fine. It's all good. We're on the fucking edge. We are on the edge. But we had built enough power. We did. We're now making 7.5 nuclear pasta per minute. Now, what am I gonna do with them? I don't know, put them in a box? Like, what else am I gonna do with them? I don't know. To keep 15 of them going. Oh yeah. They should just have 100% uptime if I've done everything correctly. Like they should all 15 of them should just never stop. Cool. These machines are so cool. But then more for other things later. Yeah. So better than that, this is built with the entire factory is built with the ability to increase production by 50%, and then I can sloop them all. So I should be able to end up with like like 22 or something, 22.5, yeah, something like that, yeah. If I want to. The problem is I was limited in copper belts and just belt speed of just about everything, to be honest. To try and go higher, the belt speed on just about everything was fucked. And I was just like, I can't, I can't do it. It doesn't work. And also power. So the idea was that I could come back in phase 4 and expand, right? These are so fucking cool. Belt speed first priority in next phase? I believe so, yeah. Well, actually, I think the first priority is I need to build another power plant. I'm out of power. Like, I'm gonna have to plug the alien augmenter into my power grid just to be able to build a power plant. Because I won't be able to build a power plant with the amount of power I currently have available. So power first. Okay, so I'm legitimately thinking that what I might do is put up on this level, say, a double box and a sink right here. So you're going to go straight into a double box or into a sink. In this game, so I get the point of sink. Does it seem like I run out of things to use coupons for? So both. More stuff does unlock to buy, but also you will eventually run out of stuff to put. Like, There's no, like, you will run out of stuff to sink, right? But there's also like achievements and stuff. The left output is going to be overflow. If I ever fill a double box with pressure conversion cubes, it's fine to sink them for a little bit. It means I'm not using them right this second. That's my thought. But if I ever actually fill a double box with pressure conversion cubes, then so be it. They can get sunk. Sorry, nuclear pasta. You're correct. If I ever do fill is it done? Oh yeah, it's all on. All 15 of them are currently running. And they appear to be running quite well. Only 15? Only 15? Yo, everybody was telling me I should just make half a pasta a minute, or maybe one. And I went and made 7.5. Let's do this first as well. God, it looks fucking cool. These machines look really cool. You do not want to see what happened to my power. The brain works again. Look at them. Nuclear pasta. So slow. I mean, they come out like once every 1.5 minutes. I figured I might as well put them on the slowest belt possible. Sorry, one every 2 minutes? My bad. Per machine, yeah. to be so long before this sync ever activates, if ever at all. If ever at all this sync gets used, it'd be a surprise. Because there's a double box down there and a dimensional depot here. Chuck one in, give it a feed. No, I'm good. At this point, how confident are you at finishing 5 before 3.28? I have absolutely no idea, but I did say that after this, when I get into phase 5, we're going to be doing some shit. Like, I might, you know how like I've been pretty neat, organized, clean the last few factories and getting better? It might be the return of the spaghetti monster, because I just want to get through. Right? We'll see. Look at that. 90. No, there's 100 nuclear pasta in my dimensional depot right now. Gonna go to the concrete oasis? That's not really where I want to go. All right, time to go shove them into the elevator by hand. This one, they only stacked to 50. I don't think there's a really good argument for keeping a very large stockpile, like more than my dimensional depot in a double box. Right? Like I'm constantly creating them. It's not getting turned off. Right? Like, I don't know, it doesn't feel like it needs more than that, right? They might as well, if that fills up, they might as well go to a sink. Ramping up production, maybe a thing that I want to do later, but I don't know if there's any point in storing them, right? Which I can ramp up production once I get new belts. And more power. Because we're fucking tickling the edge of our power grid right now. We are actually tickling the edge of our power grid right now. Like, in order to build more power for the next phase, I'm going to have to put the alien power grid down to give me the room to be able to actually make another power facility. Increase in power of rocket fuel? I have no idea, to be honest. hadn't thought that far. You need to get creative if you jump into nuclear with that little amount left. Yep. Actually doesn't matter where they go, so boom boom. Oh, I deleted all the extra belts. Those are the only two that are going in. Okay. I already have a rocket fuel facility with all the alts built. I would have to build another one somewhere, but I can get a lot of power out of that. Yeah, what is fucking in these things? They look cool. They look very cool. And boom. Complete, complete, complete.
Welcome to the Pioneers Got Power Problems presentation. That was a joke. Anyway,
No,
you're familiar with the process.
Power problems.
Just throw the lever and the automated systems will take over. Imagine all the time and effort that would be wasted if you had to do all that work as well. Some work is just better suited for machines. Phase 5 contains technology the human brain cannot comprehend, so just trust in me and fix it policy and everything will go as planned. Answering all your questions will take time we simply do not have. Everything is going to be just fine, so long as you do your job. We've come this far together after all, haven't we? Anyway, you know what to do. Just don't forget to keep producing previous project parts, and plan ahead when setting up new production lines, and make sure not to leave it all until the last moment.
Launch.
Phase 4 of Project Assembly completed. If style was measured in my performance reports, yours would be something special. Regardless, saving the day is within our grasp. Do not lose focus now. You must understand the weight on your shoulders, but you are not alone. I am here, and I know exactly what's at stake. This goes beyond Earth. Your actions will affect the universe at large. You might think I am exaggerating. Perhaps you will understand once you finish Project Assembly. Phase 5 awaits. I expect your best work.
You know, it's good. It's good to expect things. Okay. Very cool. Now, where the fuck is my actual, where's my hub? I feel like my hub should be here, but I think it's still at Mega Messy. I got 3 milestones done in base 5. Nice. You can just end yourself and find out. I mean, I could, or I can take the train there. Chance to really see the well. Well, over there's the nuclear pasta we're just making. The base we just left is the other 3 elevator parts and also my new rubber and plastics facility. This was my first real aluminum base. I'm using all of it right now. So it is used up. Because there's a second aluminum base that's now providing, technically I think 30 alumina less per minute than I'm using at the pasta base. So, you know, I mean, there's 2 full train cars and 2 double boxes between the 2 places of buffers between the 2, but at some point, roughly 20 hours of game time from now, maybe 25, somewhere in that range, one of those particle accelerators will turn off for like a little bit. To rent more aluminum? I will. I can actually increase from 1200 to 1800 at my new base as soon as I have new belts, because it's using 2 pure nodes, but I'm only taking 600 off the pure nodes because I couldn't take 12 and I didn't want to do all the balancing around 780 and then be like, oh, I awkwardly have this awkward amount extra left over. So I just built them at half so that when I get the new belts, I can go back and just double them, right? And this is my base called Mega Messy, which was the first time I tried to do a real base, and I don't love it. Although I do love that fucking behemoth right there. That behemoth right there is where I get all of my power for the entire game so far. That is my power tower. And that is all the shit that supplies my power tower. This is my hub. Hello. Oh, big blueprints. Oh, I'm not making any of that. I'm not making any of that. Well, I mean, I'm making turbo motors and radio control units and some fluctuators. I don't have any of that. Ah, no. Okay, I mean, sheets I can do, iron plates I can do. None of them, don't know what that is. Okay, so this one I can unlock right now, which gives me a new machine. What are you missing in tier 8? Nothing. I don't know why it's blinking. I actually don't know why it's blinking. Nothing. I've got all of it. Alright, this one I can unlock right now. And it looks like I need to be able to make fucking anything. It looks like everything else requires some shit that I don't have access to. Okay, cool. Sort. Let's have a look. Used modular frames. Okay. Turbo motors. Uh-oh. Oh wait, no, that's not turbo motors. That's radio control units. Cool, I am making those. Cool. And cooling systems. I'll take all those as well. You can have those, and you can have those, and you can have those. Did you finally hit 5? I did.
Milestone reached. The converter uses strange alien matter, abbreviated to SAM, to break down and transform materials at their most fundamental levels. I am sure even you can appreciate the power to manipulate atomic bonds. Most importantly, you are now able to locally create fixite, a highly adaptable synthetic metal, ideal for any kind of construction. It is everything we need to save the day, and perhaps its admirable qualities can inspire you.
Such. I'm sure there's immediately more. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. We have some problems. I mean, this is the one I'd like to go for first because it comes with the better belts. Belts and lifts. So that would be great. That lets me, so I need to make those in time crystals, which I can now make. But all of that is great and well and good. But I do have a small issue, which is that my max consumption is 93k and my production is 96k. So, we may have caused an issue. The consumption is just going to be all over the place because those particle accelerators fucking, it's the max that matters, because I assume the max accounts for I assume the max accounts for the stuff. I do know two things. One, that not enough megawatt hours to have saved. Okay, it's just not. So since I know that there's about to be a problem, perhaps it's time to make a battery blueprint right away and just fucking let those slowly charge up or whatever. Just sort of make a fucking amount of batteries somewhere so that when the inevitable happens, there's some amount of time for me. What the fuck is going on? There we go. Are they not called batteries? What are they fucking called? They're right here. This is all I have. Power storage. I'd like to come in one and in one, because I plan on building walls there. Have more wire. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. I don't even know where that wire's getting stored. But for now, inside the blueprint, please. See, why can't every machine do this? Isn't that nice? Feels nice to me. Small problem. If I build more than this, wait, I was gonna fill out this, but if I build more than this, that'll be more than I can fit in my depot, right? Okay, small problem. You can't actually fit this many. So let's get rid of those ones and that one, right? And then we'll just get rid of those floors and those floors. Put that one back in. All right, can I still fit about that big. Will I be able to do that? I had 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I can fit that many in a blueprint and be able to place it. I think. We should be high enough. Okay, and you shouldn't, in theory, need a floor, because the next blueprint I put on top of it, a roof, the next blueprint I put on top of it is the floor, right? So what you do need, though, is to connect all of these to each other. Oh no. Can they only be connected to 2 each? Is that their maximum? Okay, so we just go what? Like that. And like that. And then like that. And then like that. And then in this corner at the front we throw a double nubbin. Just gets to go right there. And your second one connects to there. And that becomes the power blueprint. It's just a little box of power that I can just put down whenever the fuck I want. So battery shack. Where's the power storage? Oh, there it is. Same blueprint. Cool. It takes 2,500 wire to build that, which I believe is the maximum storage count of wire, which I am very, very slowly uploading somewhere. Fuck knows where. I don't know where, but I do know that I need way more than that. Well, first base, I think. I don't even have a train that goes out there. I only have one way over there. Two, really? I could have walked. Okay, but I'm pretty sure it's over here. Is it here or is it the other one? I mean, you've obviously made a lot of cable here. Sorry, wire to make cable. There's just a mix of both in here. I mean, I'll take all of that. But like, why have you got a mix? So what are you making for me? Sheets? Well, this can't be where I'm uploading them then. You're doing the sheets. This is my old concrete maker. They must be over there. Please tell me that's not all the wire you're making. Okay, cool. We're making more. Okay, so this is where the wire is stored. However, you're only getting uploaded into one depot. So, two things. First, God damn it. We're just going to delete some of this. Whatever. First, we're just going to take as much as you'll let me take. And the second thing we're going to do is just fucking... Does that machine ever do anything? Is it even hooked into anything? Or can I just steal all of it? It is where I make all of my SAM fluctuators, which sometimes I use, but not often. Oh, this base is hideous though. Alright, fine. Just put a splitter on there. Right? Just put a splitter right there on that belt. And put one more dimensional depot down in a fucking odd location. Because who cares? This place is a mess. So at least we can double the upload speed. Ta-da! That could be an MK5 belt. That's already an MK5 lift. Okay, cool. Unfortunately, this whole place is supplied by one single constructor that only makes 30 wire a minute. Have some fucking power shots, my dude. I don't know if that's gonna help. That is all the wire I've been using for the entire game, apparently. Yep, thanks for the hard drive scan. Go again. Cool. One. And then, oh god, the modular frames also. Oh god, it's the modular frames also. Okay, well, that fits perfectly. I was gonna make 4 of these just here and then worry about it later at the next base. But apparently, I don't have the modular frames for this shit either. I did, but I had no idea that they were used for this. Or that I had a slow upload on them. Right, it'll be done in a second. There we go. Okay, so while that's going, we'll just go there to there and there to there. Right? I mean, they're gonna be fucking slow to charge. I can tell you that much. Time until fully charged an hour, but I'm actually going to put at least 2 more levels just here. It'll just take a moment, but we're going to put 2 more levels of them just here. And then we got to plan out whatever the fuck our new base is going to be for power, because I'm not fitting an extra power tower in, and we're not doing power here where this blue crate is full. We're full. Like we're done here. Is the oil? I was really hoping that the next thing that I built would be nuclear, but I'm not sure that that's going to be possible, because I think it requires quite a lot to build. Like, it requires a decent amount of power to build. Honestly, I know how much these are storing. It's not a lot. We could do one more. I'm all over the place to get to one location. Yeah, which I love. But apparently you guys aren't lined up. I don't even care. I'm gonna place these two close enough, and we're never gonna look closely at it again. One. And then, as soon as that one's filled up, that'll be the last one. Bum 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 bum. Latin passion. How you going? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know where my modular frames were coming from, but apparently they're not being generated. They were just uploading to the depot from a box. That's a small issue. I'm going to be needing those in my pocket. Apparently I had a box full of them at some point. Well, I mean, here's some. You're making modular frames. You appear to have plenty. You don't appear to be using them. I mean, you're obviously using some. The modular frames are going into a storage container here. Right there. Okay. Well. So let's start with a smart splitter. Right there. Let's put a dimensional depot down. Right here. And let's grab that and put it there. And first, let's say overflow go left. Right? Don't stop the factory, but like start giving me some. But if I go ahead and check, yeah, okay, cool. 82% uptime, 78% uptime, 100 on the end there, 100 there, and 100 there. Okay, so like there's a little bit of extra happening here, but not much. So I'm just gonna chuck you up a little tiny bit, and we'll put you back to 100%. Right? There's not like a lot of extra going on here, but there's some extra going on there. Which have now filled my depot and gone back to filling the box. Cool. So I have no idea where I was originally uploading them from, but wherever I was originally uploading them from was clearly not in production anymore. It was just in a big box, and eventually I ran out. Right? Like that has to have been what was happening there, right? I mean, that'll just be enough for now. That didn't even line up. Actually, that's completely wrong. What are you doing? Put the arrow here. Right? There. That's better. Yeah, we go from that nubbin to that nubbin, and from that nubbin down to here, and from this nubbin to that nubbin, and from that nubbin down to there, and now all my battery is in. There's a lot of more batteries than I had before. I don't know if it'll give me enough time when something goes wrong or not, but it'll at least give me some extra, because that was all I had, and so now I have 3 floors of that also. Although none of it's full yet. Probably would have filled up a lot quicker if I'd have done this first before I turned on the particle accelerators. Probably would have filled up a lot quicker if I did this first. Yo, and those modular frames, I think I just took the backlog that was in the machines. I do need to probably turn them up a little bit. No, I need to do that a different way. I actually do need to do that a different way. Specifically, the depot's no good like that, right? Because it needs to be an actual container first, so that it can take the slow overflow and store it somewhere. So that then when I go to use it, how do you know if you're pulling from the battery? Big warnings show up. You hear the like power thing, and the big warning goes, "You're fucking running on battery power." And it doesn't love it. Yeah, where are they? Where are they though? Oh, here they come. Yeah, there's not a lot here. Not a lot to go in the depot. We can just knock that production up a little bit. Ah, right. See, it's only 3 per minute. So like, even though I'm going to power sharp both of these, it's still like not a lot, right? I think there's enough of the stuff behind it to carry that. It just means it'll be a little while. It is going to make a few extra a minute, which will then fill the depot, which will then fill that box. So when I go to use them again later, hopefully we're okay. Right? The thinner that boundary gets. Yeah, I know. I'm thinking that as I put them in, I'm like, man, I'm putting in power shards to run batteries because I'm out of power. I'm like, I'm really towing the line here. So now I believe that my entire battery storage is on this side. And so my entire battery grid is now 8% full, basically. 8% full. Because I added way too much batteries all at once. That's fine. That's fine. That can trickle in. It'll be okay. Right? We have the alien power augmenter. And I guess we're going to set off and make a new base. As much as I would love to do nuclear power, I think we're going to have to make a new rocket fuel power. Oh, no, you need to be just an outpost named new rocket fuel power. Right, we're just gonna have to make a new one. So can't remember what we need for this, but let's have a look. Build while they charge. True. What are they called? Generators? Are they not called generators? Yeah. Rocket fuel generators. We're always going to overclock these to 250% because they don't cost power, they make power. Okay, so all takes 100 fuel. This one takes 60 turbo fuel to make 100 rocket fuel. Takes 100 fuel to make 100 regular fuel. Yeah, this one's way better. How much untapped sulfur do you have? No fucking clue. The first thing I'm going to do is work out how much I need and then find out if I can do it. Anything easily bottled? No, I don't need any bottled. I have plenty of bottled rocket fuel right now. More than trickle in. 200 a minute goes into the sink right now. I could use a bunch of drones if I wanted. Okay, so let's see. So let's say I max out a pipe, right? Let's say I max out a pipe. Why does it think I can do 1200 when I very obviously cannot? Let's just say I have 600 of those, 600 of those, and 600 of that. What becomes my problem? I mean, that's not very many. Why is that not very many? I've done something wrong. Oh, it doesn't think I have enough of this. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. More sulfur than that. Okay, whatever. Let's just say I have 1200 sulfur. Let's just say I have 1200. Okay, that gets me to 115, which would generate another 70,000, which would be quite good. Except we also have compacted coal. And compacted coal can make turbo fuel with a little bit of extra fuel, and the turbo fuel can make rocket fuel with a little bit of nitric acid, which I can get from more nitrogen gas and water and a little bit of fucking iron plate. That'll be easy. That's a nothing. That's a nothing thing. There'll be iron everywhere. Let's just make sure that never causes a problem. And then let's make sure this never causes a problem. So let's just see how much. Okay. I mean, you make compacted coal and you make compacted coal, so we would do a little loopy-loop there, which would get you an extra 700, which is Jesus Christ. Are you telling me that one 600 crude oil node, if I dedicated the entire thing to rocket fuel, generates 224.91? That doesn't seem right. Something else is blocking me. I mean, that's an extra 100 and whatever thousand there. I mean, forget about that 0.91. Nitrogen? Nah, it says it's only using 1100 out of whatever. But there, 225 fuel powered generators can come off a single node, but I would have to find somewhere with 2 pure sulfur nodes, 1 of those, a tiny bit of iron, that's unimportant, enough of that, and somewhere near water. Honestly, this is not that bad. This is actually not that bad. It's especially a lot easier if I don't build it in a fucking skyscraper like I did all my other power. Like that was the thing that made this power more difficult is, one, I was in very constricted space when I built it, and 2, I tried to build my power in fucking skyscrapers, and that was just unnecessary. That just didn't need to be a thing, right? I mean, it was cool, and I don't regret it, even not even for a second. I don't even regret it a little bit. But I don't feel the need to make another one, right? Right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and then we're gonna go look for a place on the map where I could do this potentially. Right? Because it really needs to be the next problem. And honestly, if making an extra 135,000 megawatts isn't enough, then we've got like big problems, because that's 1.5 times what my entire grid currently is. So if making this doesn't at least last us a little while, we're in trouble. Right, back in a sec. Okay. So, let's look for a place with all this shit. And the whole building, it looks like, is only going to use 5,000. Do I have 5,000 to play with? Let me just double check. I mean, almost. But I will with the alien power augmenter down. We'll be okay. We'll be okay. It's going to use 5,000 to generate 140,000 for a net positive of 135,000, which should be the end of the problems. So, does a place like this exist? So let's get rid of that. I will need some iron. I will not need copper. I will not need deuterium. I will need some coal. I will need some crude oil. I will not need quartz. What else did I need? Resource wells. I'm gonna need nitrogen gas. And I wouldn't mind if it was crude oil from wells either. Did I turn on sulfur? No. Okay. Map layers, hide them. Okay. Holy balls, there's a ton of that out there. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I'm not using all of the nitrogen here. We'd have to do the math. But this is 600 right here. It's right near where my current plant is. Like where my newest base is, where the pasta's getting made. That's 600. That's 600 oil. Although it is 2 impures and a normal, but that's 600. There's a pure sulfur there. But I would need more than 1 pure sulfur. But I'm using some sulfur there, but not a lot. And I'm using some nitrogen gas, but I'm pretty sure there's some more of that left. I don't really want to steal from that though. So nitrogen gas is my biggest issue. Over here we've got 1 sulfur. Okay, I don't know if that's enough. Holy shit, there's a lot of oil over here. Aha! Nitrogen gas. Lots of it. 1 pure sulfur there. And a normal sulfur there. I don't think I'm using those. A little bit of iron that I need. So is it coming off the coast here then? Let's upload my save real quick so I can see what I'm actually using and what is free. Agent. Data pursuit. Okay, it might take a minute to load up fully. Jesus. How do you unhide the map again? Options, map options. Reveal all map. There we go. So 6 times 100 would be what I need. So those impures as a set is not 600. Unfortunate. There is sulfur there. And there's like iron right there, and there's coal right there, and there's coal right there. The other sulfur I need, the rest of it could come from up there maybe. I wonder if I make just a slightly smaller plan. Where I just use all of this, like whatever is available. Because it's right near the nitrogen. It seems like a relatively good place to build. It's got gas, it's got sulfur, it's got iron, it's got oil. Ooh. It's just not quite enough. Wait, is there there's 2 impure sulfurs right there that I'm not even using. Right? So if I ran those 2 impures as a single belt down to this lake, that would be enough sulfur. Not that one, this one. Yeah, so you do need basically two full sulfur nodes, but they don't have to be pures, just 2 full normal ones. So there's 1 normal right there, and then there's 2 that I'm not currently using that are also so close to this base that they're unlikely to get used for anything else, because I'm not going to like build more base right here. So if I yank those 2 and that one, how much coal do I need? Just shy of 600 coal, which 1 normal node can give me. So the only thing missing is nitrogen gas. Which, like, I could pipe over. It's not that long to pipe with blueprints from this section that I'm not likely to use. It's pretty long though. There's also a lot of pewers down here too. How much do I need? God, I only need 2 pewers and that's it. Is that going to be enough room? Sorry, is that going to be enough room to make 225 rocket fuel generators? I mean, yeah, if we do it on 3 floors, it's only 75 a floor. Is there anything I should do with this? Not really. Just get rid of it. No nitrogen gas and nitric acid. Annoyingly ends up having to be 3 pumps. But that's fine. Okay, so those are easy, right? Those are easy. In fact, we wouldn't even overclock them. Making 20 refineries is nothing. That's nothing. So here we'd use 16 blenders, which is not ideal because we're going to generate 1,600. So this needs to be separated into 3 chunks so that there is enough fuel, right? So here. There with more water. There with more water. So fantastic, because now none of these water pipes are full. And none of these are full either. Although I would love one section to do everything that needed, and the other two to do everything this needed. Which is fine. So that would become, you underclock just a tiny bit. That becomes 6 that would feed that one with its own unit of 4 water pumps. Everything's gonna get 4, 4, and 4. Where you would have 2 separate units leading into not 9, 8 preferably. So 4 for you, 4 for you, and 4 for you would be ideal. Now, unfortunately, 1,600 is too much. So this also needs to be at least 3. Wait, no. You can be one section, right? But you would split in between the two. Why would you not make that equal? Aha. Okay, so now they would be equal. Unfortunately, you would need a third one. Towers we're making, we're just making the current one taller. I'm not making another tower. It's just too much, actually. I need power, and I need it like sooner rather than later. You're gonna have to split into 2 there. Are we out of power? Well, we're making a lot of nuclear pasta, but we're awfully close to the line here. Also, that max consumption actually goes up to 92. I don't know why it says max consumption 84 now, but the max goes up to 92. I assumed particle accelerators would only move the consumed up and down. I don't know why the max keeps jumping up and down. But it does, and it goes up to 92, and I only produce 96. So it's a bit rough. But I have an alien power augmenter that I will almost certainly have to temporarily use to be able to have enough power to build a new power base. I also built myself a little fucking battery pack here just in case I fuck something up. Have another one. Yeah, just in case I fuck something up. There's at least gonna be a little bit of battery power for me. But you can see it's going to take a while for them to charge. So anyway, absolutely disgusting amount of power that nuclear pasta makes. While we're here though, I'm not even gonna bother fucking hooking it up. Just gonna throw power into it, right? Then we're just gonna fucking plug you in, put a drone on top. There we go. There's 250 pasta. What? Where did you go? I control clicked you. Where did you all go? Wait, actually, where did you go? Wait, do you go straight into the drone? Wait, where did it go? Okay, it went straight into the drone. It went straight into the drone. It just fucking... Okay, sure. Oh yeah, we're gonna I mean, honestly, those could go into 3, and those can go into 3, and those can go into 3. And this can go. Okay, so this is heavy oil residue, and you actually send equal amounts to every different area that you send them, which is interesting, but it means I want to be in a multiple of 3. So like, I don't know, 9 would be really good. Perfect. Because you send to 3 different locations and none of them would be full, so great. You also send to 3 different locations, well, 3 different pipes, I guess. So there'd be, I don't even know how much power this ends up being or how many this ends up being total. But they're only overclocked to 245% because that's just how it works out. And these are 245 as well. But we've got 53, 53, 53, 35, and 35 out of this one, which is an awkward amount. Perfect, that's better. And that's just going to be 2 blenders. That's just going to be 1 machine, because why would I ever build more than that? What a crazy low amount of iron plate needed. Okay, it's really not that big of a factory except for this bit. this bit is the crazy bit, right? So what I might make is fucking 3 rows of 53, and then just the next floor up 2 rows of 35. That way there'll just be 2 floors. It'll be like a fucking ocean of them, and then a smaller bit on top. And we're reusing all of it. We're not making any packaged fuel this time. Nothing. And we're just gonna fucking come out with 140,000 extra power. But we're gonna use like 6,000 to do it. So 134,000. Into 15. I mean, but this one pipe feeds 53 generators. Like how would 15? Like, this is using the perfect 600 out of the oil, right? Like, it's not. Plus, I don't have to deal with the math. The program dealt with all the math for me. It's great. There is now 500 nuclear pasta in this drone port. Wow. There's 450 of it in that drone, and then 50 more in the drone port. We are halfway. And so while I'm planning the rest of it, hopefully the rest of it's just there, and I can just send that drone off to... Yeah, okay, this shouldn't be too bad, right? Now, where was my plan? Where was my plan? Or more importantly, where was my map? There it is. So I'm thinking right here, I just take that pure. That's enough coal right there. I need more sulfur than that. So that'll be here. But then the only thing that I need to pipe in from a long way away would be nitrogen gas. I mean, it's not that far. It's not that far. And I only need 1,200, but it'll need to be in 3 pipes. There'll need to be 3 pipes, but like doing it with a blueprint won't be that bad, right? So if I clear that out, then I need 1 that brings me 200 and something. And then unfortunately it doesn't all fit there, which means I would need 2 pipes that bring me 407 each, basically. So it would need to be 3 pipes. That is like not a short distance to pipe 3 pipes. They're also all pures, which feels like a little bit of a waste because I won't be taking enough. These geysers only giving 75 per minute each at 250% literally doesn't feel correct. Like, I'm sure they do more than that. Do they not do more than that? Because that'd be a really good place to do it if they bring a full 600 out of that node, which I feel like they fucking might. Something about that just feels wrong to me. Where the fuck is my jetpack? Somehow it ended up in there. Gross. Yay. All right, I'm gonna go over here because I'm pretty sure that something's wrong about that. So it's like there-ish or something. Yeah, right here. I just don't. It doesn't make sense. Oh, it's around here somewhere. Hey, look, a crash site I didn't know existed. Yo, how many of you are here? Whoa. 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 Enough. Okay, my bad. My bad. My bad. I apologize. This is not my home, actually. This is your home. My bad. Holy. Okay. Maybe we don't jump straight into the fucking middle. Ah. It's just a prank, bro. Whoa. Get out of my way. Yo, look at how fucking many of them there are. It's like a fucking horde. I've never seen so many mobs in the one place. Like, legitimately. That's so many mobs. Oh, still not done. Okay, how about now? It's like a whole fucking horde. It's not even in like a radioactive or a spicy area or anything. Look at it, there's 16 corpses in my inventory from just there. And 2 spitters. What the fuck was going on there? I didn't know they fucked around like that. Okay, so I mean, somewhere in this area is crude oil. Somewhere close to me. Sure, there it is. Okay. Jesus. Shit, there's another 2. I think I found the place to farm alien DNA. I'd actually see face in the top right. Yeah. What's your power overhead? Ah, I've got a cool spare 3,500 or so. Don't worry about it. Okay, so all of these are impures. Which, like... Oh my god, I have to run power out here first before I can even look. I have to run power out here before I can even look? Are you kidding? Yo, there's so many mobs out this way. It's actually fucking crazy. What is going on? Alright, so there should be power just here somewhere. They're not. Nope, that's just the nitrogen gas that I'm probably also gonna want. There's gotta be power soon. I need a power cable, please. Is it just being in a higher phase affect density? I mean, I didn't think so. I didn't think that was a thing that was happening. Okay, so we basically had to run all the way back to our old base. There's another 4 in a pack. Three down. Where's the last one? Go up. Oh, and an extra. Sorry, there was 5 here. My bad. Oh, there's still 1 left. There's still 2 left. Jesus Christ. What is happening? Well, we're up here now, so. We're gonna have have to run a power cable all the way over there just to check out if it's like a real fucking thing or not. So essentially, this battery storage will give me about 20 minutes. Do I fuck something up and my grid goes down? I'll have about 20 minutes to solve the problem. It will be put on a clock, and in 20 minutes, if I haven't solved the problem, the plant goes down. It's fine, right? Well, not the plant, all plants. Everything everywhere stops. After 20 minutes, everything everywhere just fucking stops. Yeah, you know what? I don't actually need you. I just need to head in that direction. With some power lines. Oh, fuck off. Fuck the whole way off. I actually don't want anything to do with you at all. I want literally nothing to do with any of that. Will you go away or? Like, can I get high enough that... Oh no! Oh no no no! Never mind.
To explain how organic bodies work?
Oops. Well, that's somewhat of a problem. Oh no, right? That's fine. Look at that horde again. There's another fucking 6 of them. Why, hello. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're everywhere. Just fucking run. Just run. Surely they can't jump this far and high. Yeah, sure. Okay, okay. third one somewhere. I swear there was 3. I don't hear the spiders chasing me. Okay, well, I mean, there's the tower that I murdered myself on. Just land real quick for a second. Yeah, okay, there's more. Sure. What about up here? Can I reach up here? Fuck yeah, I can. Ta-da. Thanks, buddy. Take this Mercer sphere while I'm here.
Harvest the scripture. Compose it into a blood bomb.
Okay. There, now let me see what the fuck is going on. Jesus, how dark is it? Feels unnecessary. Yeah. Okay, so every single one of these, if I max, okay, so basically if I max this entire thing, then they only give 75 per, which means I essentially only get 450 for the whole system. But I'm also making a lot of power and I don't see any use for this oil for anything other than that. Right? So now I'm wondering, because there's some sulfur and there's some nitrogen gas. And if we need more sulfur, there's an impure on the other side of the lake right here. And there's plenty of water right there. Feels like I could just do it there. Generate a little bit less power because I'm using 450 instead of 600. But like, that's still another 100,000, which is still like doubling, right? This is doubling what I'm doing. So 40, 40, 40. But then the byproduct ends up being 26 and 26, which is a little awkward. But that's okay still. That downs our requirement on everything else to very reasonable numbers. And that's still an extra 100,000 power, which is like more than I have total in the entire game right now. This wave 5? I wouldn't really know because I just hit it. And I quickly ran out of power. So we're just trying to figure out how to get some power. And that's first, which is probably going to be my final rocket fuel plant. But I think I'll do it over here. This seems super reasonable. I'm only using 450 crude oil instead of 600. But I don't see myself using this crude oil for anything else, right? So these can't be even amounts, so you have to be split. Same as before, where you go, so you're essentially going two different places, right? So let's clear that real quick. So you'll take that, and you'll take that, and you'll take that still. Hey. You'll take that, and you'll take that amount. Right? And then what I do is I put this down here. And this up here. But these two get overclocked even more, which is absolutely fantastic. And this gets undid a little bit. You become 2 even. You guys have to run on 3 because you don't fit on 2. You can't be overclocked enough. Nope, that's all wrong. Clear and clear. There we go. So all of you will have to go to 3. Which means you can all split from the same pipe, but you need different amounts. So you only need to be generating 192, which you can do over 3 machines. And then the other 3, or the other 6, take all the rest of it. All right. So you come down to do the loop. And a little over 2/3, which can't be 1 machine. It has to be 2 machines. Can't be 1 machine. Has to be 2. They do 400 each, which can go into 4 machines. So it'll be 2 to 1. So what happens if you put them at 250? It means it runs 39.09. Yeah, it's just not quite. It's just not quite. Okay. It's just a little bit too much for 1 pipe, which means you need to be 3 pipes. Which means you need to be, hopefully, I mean, you can't be 3 machines, so you need to be 6 machines, essentially, which is fine, because these 2 will lead into those 6. So that becomes 1 to 3, 1 to 3. Path of math, yep. And then it's 2 machines to a rocket fuel pipe, where you guys at 244.27% run 40 straight machines. This is all of the byproduct. Unfortunately, you will still need 3 pipes, but that's okay. You go into 9 into 3. There's no way you make it to 6, is there? No. So 9 into 3 is fine. And we use such an irrelevant amount of fucking iron that it is honestly annoying. Is there anything else I can do with this fucking iron? Like, is there anything I need? Like, is there anything I need to put in my fucking... I mean, I guess if there was salmon nearby, I could use the rest of that to make rocket fuel power plant, I take it? Yeah. Yeah, probably my last rocket fuel power plant. But finishing phase 4 put me awfully close to my power being done. Turning on my nuclear pasta plant was, that was a lot of power. So this is going to double my power grid, basically. And hopefully it's the last time. Hopefully it's the last time that I build rocket fuel. But like, hopefully this is enough to get me through to do nuclear or finish the game. I don't know which one. So the only concern is that I need 814 sulfur. And unfortunately, this pure node can only bring me 780 sulfur because that's all the belt I have. Which means I will need to run this impure node from the other side. From the other side of this fucking swamp that I want nothing to do with, that I'm pretty sure is fucking full of monsters. I'm pretty sure is fucking full of monsters. But I'm never, if I don't use it for this, I'm never going to use this awkward spot here for anything else. Like, it's just now, this is a dead end zone if I don't use it for something. Which is fine. You can have dead zones, but like, it's also got exactly the amount of everything else that I need. I just have to pull this down, right? So it'll be fine. All right, that's it. That's the idea. I'm done. I'm happy with that plan. We'll build ourselves 100,000 over here. For now, for just a moment, since I already ruined it by dying today, I can fucking just do this and get back home. Boom, ba-dum, ba-bum. Just scanning some more hard drives while I'm doing that so I can get shit like this. Don't know what of those I will use, but I do know so far that having options when building base feel good. Have options? Great. Pasta. And that is now 750 pasta. So we need 250 more to finish that bit anyway. Which is rolling in pretty quick. I imagine it was backed up a little bit in the box. Will I have the whole 250 in the box already? No. Okay. So that's it'll slowly roll in. Don't worry. There are a bunch of particle accelerators making it. I am gonna visit the bathroom real quick. At what, 7.5 a minute? I need 50 more. It's actually not going to be very long. Okay, I'll be back in a moment. Okay. Well, here's the rest of the nuclear pasta required for that part. So let's just throw that in. And then, I don't know, this drone, from this port, fly to elevator 1, and then back to this port. See you later. Yeah, you got enough to do 3 trips. You're not even plugged into any fuel after that, but that should be enough. That should be enough. Fucking not use that though ourselves. Thanks. We use it to do the rocket fuel. Okay, time to go build some shit. Are the like spiders only out at night or something? Like, where are they? Okay, well, this is where all the oil's coming from, so this should be where we're building, roughly. Fuck off. Nobody likes you. You don't have any friends. mean, this is all just water. I can put water pumps in, right? Oh yeah, easily. Tons of room over here. Oh, that's the ocean. Oh, that's the ocean. Like, that's the edge of the map. Yeah, okay. Like, but why does it look like there's so much more map over here? Like, why does it look like there's so much more map over here, though? I mean, because there is, it's all just fucking ocean. It's just fucking ocean. Okay, cool. Well, guess who's building their first ocean base? I would like to have plenty of space. That sounds great. Yep, having a seemingly unlimited amount of space really does feel like the right move here. Plus, then I don't have to deal with whatever the fuck is going on in there. Cool. Okay. Best way to do this then will be chuck down any foundation, lock it onto the grid. Was that really the grid? I don't know if that was the grid. Chuck any foundation, lock it onto the grid. There we go. Hold that. I mean, I have to imagine that the ocean is like pretty flat, right? Like, can I literally build like my first floor like on the water? Feels like I can. About to find out. Blueprints, ground me up. Ground me the fuck up, buddy. Yeah, like that, but honestly, I don't think you need to be 5x5 concrete. We're just gonna, but like, that's the blueprint I have, so whoops. God damn it. There we go. God damn it. Okay, cool. Hi, buddy. Sorry, you're a little too close to the edge. If only you decided to stay in your swamp. If you had decided to stay in your swamp, you wouldn't get murdered. But you made the poor choices to come over here. Didn't you, bud? You make the poor choices to come over here? Silly decisions, buddy. Silly decisions. Alright, we try and teach people better than that. Okay, first steps. Let's get some power over here. Our power is already pretty close. It's right there. So let's get a little bit of power over here, please. Okay, so for now, let's just fucking throw some big towers down. Right? I'm not gonna keep the towers here, obviously. We'll run power like a real way. But for now, if I just throw some big towers down every now and then I'll be able to use the correct hover pack. There we go. Thanks, buddy. Alright, let's look at our plan. So, first step of the plan has to be essentially just this, right? This has to be the first step. It also doesn't require any water or anything. So it's literally a nothing step. So we just need 6 refineries total to deal with everything from that right there, which is practically nothing. So we can do that right here and not even deal with fuck your tree. Give me a regular foundation because blueprints don't snap to the grid because they're stupid. But blueprints will snap to that right there. Hold. Sink her in a little bit. So that'll hold 3. That'll hold 3. And that'll hold 3. Jesus. Hold on. Fucking power, man. Yo, I need power. Let me up. Let me up. You piece of shit. And that'll hold 3. It's been so nice to see Valor evolve from day one to this. It's been very fun to do also. Hello. Okay. Just gonna get you to fucking clip into this, which is just gonna get closed off. That's fine. And then yeah, boom, now we got power. And then oh no, clips into what? For what power? I've never heard of her. Power? No idea what you're talking about. Okay, so this part's super easy. We'll just keep this bit separate up the back here. I have my machine already. Oh my god, they're already set to heavy oil residue. And they already have some pipe work up the back here. Fantastic. All three of you can stay on the grid. You only use 450. I actually will still need you to auto connect, won't I? Because they're only coming out in 75s. So it's important to keep them separate on the other side. But we will do that fine. And we will do that by setting the and we'll make it the correct way on the output by setting the overclocks to the correct amount, because we do use a total of 450, but we don't actually want it even. But it does let me do the bullshit loop, which I love doing. All right. Bullshit loop comes all the way to here. Bullshit loop goes back right there. That is the perfect spot for that to be. Now that whole thing is looped. I fucking love doing the loop, by the way. I swear to God, it solves every issue I've ever had. Okay. So next up, grab every single resource well, knowing that we can combine 3 pipes into 1 pipe. So let's combine you. Let's start at the back actually. So 1, 2, and 3 can all go together. And they will pop out a pipe. That's 1, 2, 3. And that pipe can come forward where you get attached. You'll come forward where you get attached. And you'll come forward where you get attached. Easy. So we will grab that. Oh, hey, I don't know what the fuck this is, but go away. Grab this pipe. Connect that. Put a little joiner on. Connect that. You're gonna come straight. You're gonna come straight past that one. Where you just get joined in. 450, luckily, very comfortably. Very comfortably. It's on a single pipe. Why would that be invalid? Oh, you fucking, I hate these things. Just a little chunk of ore that acts as like a problem. There we go. Okay, we're gonna bring that there. Yeah. You're gonna have have one there, and you're gonna have one there. You're gonna merge in, and you are gonna merge in. Now, big issue, because I literally just don't trust it at all. These things, I believe, don't flow at a solid rate. I believe what they do is they come in bursts, and they show you what the average is going to be, but they come in bursts. Which, so do I. Sorry, what? So I think the best way to do that is just to give it a little bit of verticality right here, and then just use one of these on this side. Just make sure that it is slightly higher than the pumps that I am using, which it is. And then you're gonna do this where you come like this way, and then you're gonna go like that, and I don't even care. That would be even better if you would do this. There you go. There you go. You're gonna need a pump for sure. There's no way you can make that height. Nope, you could not make that height. But that's fine. One pump, please. Right there should do it fine. Let's see. You're gonna go there and here. Should give you more than enough if you were the correct fucking there. And you're ramped up to 250. Fantastic. So that should be filling right now at technically 450. It can't fill at 600, so I don't know what's going on there. But the bitch only pumps out 450. I guess the pump can work at 600. So it was just like trying to empty the pump, I guess. Must have been. Oh, no, of course, because it's the pressure thing. It's going to come in waves of, like, it's going to go up to like 550, 600, and it's going to go down to like 300. But it's going to average 450, which is all that matters. Because from the average of 450, I'll just be able to fill this whole fucking system. In fact, you might as well start filling the pipes too. There's no reason not to. Right? No reason not to fill up all the pipes as well. So, let's work it out. These top two will be exactly the same. Which is 203.47 divided by 3, but I think we can do better math on that. 203.57 times 2 is actually 407.14. $67.856. So that's going to be 6 recurring. So if I set 2 of them to do 67.85, and I set 1 of them to do 67.86 per thing, then they should be fine in theory. Okay, so essentially we do the same for these three and these three, but then we change the middle to up 0.1 just because, well, just because. So the middle one goes from 8.5 to 8.6. The middle one goes from 8.5 to 8.6. That should be pretty accurate. So these three and these three go to a single blender each, which will be the start of the normal property. The last three, they go to the refueled ones where they get like, we use the leftover compacted coal here to make more turbo fuel out of the diluted fuel recipe again to give us, oh, they can actually be a single one. That's not a full 600. Oh, that's fantastic. So to give us 52. So there'll be 3 lots of 40 and 1 lot of 52. I don't know how many that adds up to, but it almost bothers me enough that I want to like make these also 52 just so that I can like do all the lines exactly the same. Like, I know I'm building more machines and I could overclock them, but like, I know I can overclock them like more than this. Ah, 40 is such a better number, man. Oh, I figured it out. Wait, I figured it out. I figured out how I'm going to do it. I figured out how I'm going to do it. They're going to be in rows of 20. So it'll be 40 per pipe, but it'll be 20 deep the row. Right? And now they're all multiples of 20. So this is just going to be 3 lots of 20 coming off one pipe. That'll be 2 lots of 20 coming off one pipe. That'll be 2 lots of 20 coming off one pipe. That'll be 2 lots of 20 coming off one pipe. I like that. I like that because I can't overclock this enough to fit all 40. It just doesn't work. Although oh, interesting. There's actually room for this whole bit in those 3 pipes, right? If I merge them instead, right? Like, let's say this gets split into 3, 2 per, but this one gets merged into these lines, then they become, how much do they become? Honestly, not What's that? 400, 580, 590. Not quite a full pump. Ooh, not quite a full pump. If we underclock ever so slightly, well, not underclock, we just don't overclock quite as much, then it just becomes 3 lots of 60 instead of being less confusing, and that'll be 3 pipes. So it'll essentially be 30 on each side of 3 pipes. So 3 pipes that have 30 deep on each side for 60 total. Then you do the same thing a second time and the same thing a third time out into the ocean. Instead of splitting them up. I like that. And they all end up overclocked at the exact same amount, which means it works really, really well in a blueprint. I like it. I like it. I like that a lot better. So we still have to deal with this crap, but I like that way better. But this is really not a lot of machinery. Okay, so the last 3 have to be set to 190. We're just gonna say 193 and 6/7. Okay, we're just gonna say 193. So 193, but divided by 3. You need more power shots. Sorry. 193 divided by 3 is just that. Okay, cool. Copy you. Paste. Paste. Now just to make sure that I know which ones do that. And that's fine. It says factory modeler as found on Steam. Yes. And it is very, very useful. I actually quite love it. Okay, so blenders use water. So how many different places use water? Both these blenders use water. Oh, they're the same step essentially. This stuff uses the fuel and the acid. When we go to make diluted fuel again, that also uses water, but it has to go into turbo fuel before rocket fuel. Is his OP reviewed on stream? Yeah, it's really, really nice. If you've never used it before, I'd like to show you one thing real quick, which is that when you first get it, you'll just get like a blank page. It'll have nothing on it, and you'll be really, really tempted to like start building your first factory on it. Don't. It's a blank page. Right click and hit outpost and make a little outpost. You can still drag them around wherever you want. Then when you go into the outpost, that's where you build the factory. And that way you can come back and build your next factory in a new outpost. And so this becomes the world with just a bunch of bases on it that you can put wherever you want, you know? Like these bases happen to all be like really close to each other. So they're really close to each other here. Right? But if you do them in little outposts, then you get to keep your bases separate instead of having this one like giant canvas that has like fucking everything on it. Yeah, it's quite nightmarish. Also, this is something that I started doing that made it a lot more reasonable. It's not quite in line right now, but once you sort out the logistics of like your factory in this spreadsheet, if you're doing multiple floors or multiple sections of the factory to keep them separate, I keep them essentially in line. So like this is floor 1 of a factory, right? And then this is floor 2 of a factory. And then this is floor 3. And then this is floor 4. So that I know how to build them and where they'll all be and where all the logistics go. And then this bit is my top floor, right? So like you don't worry about the layout right away. First you like sort out all the machines, check all the recipes, figure out what you want it to be like. But then visually you just sort of line them up so that you know what's going to go on what floor. And then it makes it so much easier to be like, to make progress on, because you go, okay, well, we're going to build the first floor. How much room do I need? And then you do what I did, where you go, ooh, this first floor actually has 1 billion machines. And then it gets a lot easier. So maybe I separate them. And this actually becomes 2 different floors. So now we got floor 1, and then floor 2, and then floor 3, and then floor 4, and then floor 5. And I've got 6 floors in this factory because it's a particle accelerator one. So it's 6 floors long. Or high, I guess. Right? And then that way, when you go to build it, you go, okay, cool. And instead of being overwhelmed, you just go, well, here's the first floor that I'm going to build right here. Right? You go, brilliant. There's the first floor. And then it's got plenty of room and it becomes a super manageable task. Right? Because you're like, oh, well, that's easy. 6 of those, 6 of those, 6 of those, 5 of those, 6 of those. Done. And then you go, fantastic, we're done. That floor's done. We move down. We'll go, oh, cool. I'm going to build all of my quartz wire. I'm going to build my silica. I'm going to build my quartz. I'm going to build my quick wire. Cool. Those are those machines done. Up to the next floor. It all becomes a manageable project. It becomes like several manageable projects that are nice and easy instead of one giant mess of, oh my God, what do I do? Right? I do the same thing over here, which I haven't seen on other people's modelers when they show them on videos and whatnot, which I really, really, really love, which is this is all the same unit, right? This could all be shown by just 1 water, 1 iron node, 1 refinery node, and 1 constructor here, right? This could all be shown by just like 1 machine, right? But I broke it up because of my like belt limitations and pipe limitations and things like that. Like I know how much can move on 1 belt. So I tried to figure out, oh, I could only move 600 on a belt from ore. So how much am I making? Right, cool. I'm bringing in 6 belts full of ore. So let's just copy 6 times my refineries, right? And like keep them all completely separate. And that means, yeah, did I build a slightly extra water pumps? Yes, because I'm only using 400 a line for each 20 refineries. But it again just broke the massive project that would have been, you know, 100 and something refineries into instead 20 refineries, 2 water pumps, 1 line, right? Oh, you got ads. Rip. Is he back? We'll see when he gets back. Okay, so I wouldn't mind just building that into the edge there. Ooh. Don't need that. Oop, fell over. Don't need that tree. Don't need that tree. Everything else is fine. Cool. Oh, are we back from the ads? We might be back from the ads. Yep, sweet. This is something else I do that I think is like makes everything super easy, right? This was just to make copper powder. I actually got lazy and stopped here, but I should have broken it up there as well. But essentially this could all just be one machine. This could all just be one machine. This could all just be one ore. But instead, to keep it manageable in my head, I went back to what's the lowest, what's the biggest problem? Like what's the lowest amount of something that I can get? And it's a normal copper node that only on an MK3 miner that are fully overclocked only brings in 600 ore. And so I just went, okay, so that's the lowest, like the lowest volume problem. So I went, all right, 600 ore, we'll just do that 6 times. And so instead of having one project that's like, here's the fucking several thousand ore you need into 7,500 ingots into all of your things, and instead it becomes, here's a single belt. What do I need for a single belt? And that becomes, oh, I need 20 refineries, which only needs 2 water pumps, and we'll spit out 2 lines of copper ingots. So I'll have to split those 2 lines. There'll need to be 2 belts of copper ingots to come out of each single line of 20 refineries. Right? And then it became a really easy thing to do. I built a blueprint that had splitters on the end of each refinery that would split it into 2 lines on the refinery. And then I was just like, cool. Plant 20 refineries. There's a line done. Hook up 2 water pumps to it. Done. Now we've got 1 line of 1,500 copper. And then you just do that 6 times. And it becomes like super manageable to break it up like that. It becomes like very, very organized all of a sudden. Instead of trying to be like, oh, how do I get like this total amount of water? Because I'm not even using the 600 water, right? Like I'm not even using the full pipes of water. But if I tried to use full pipes of water, then it wouldn't be 2 per set, right? It'd be like, this one needs like 1.3, and then this one needs like 1.3, and then this, and I'd need to like work out the math and break it all up, and like, it's just not worth it. I'll just separate it all out into easily manageable portions and just build it over and over again. And it becomes very easy. Okay, back to what I was doing. This one's the one I just put together, so it's a little bit messier, but that's fine. So you guys do diluted fuel into rocket fuel. That coke comes back where you do diluted fuel into turbo fuel into rocket fuel. So wherever I go, there needs to be a tiny bit of space behind it, because I'm going to want all the rocket fuel to be at the same level. So if I put the rocket fuel stuff at the front here, that should be fine. Which means Our first step, we'll be putting down 4 diluted fuel heavy oil residue, both of which will take 2 pumps. Yeah. Oh, that's perfect. That's 1 pump to a machine. Like 2 pumps to 2 machines is 1 pump per machine. They can just pump straight in from the edge. That'd be great. They're not even gonna need fucking pump like anything. So if we start here, although, that was for my other plant where I have them like facing each other so that they can be, you know, like it's cool to have all the pipes coming from the top like that and whatnot, but it's just not necessary for this one. So I think that makes more work than it needs to be. And there's so few of these that we might as well do it manually. So we're gonna go like this. Yeah, about there. 1, 2. And then we put a little gap in. Fucking power, man. Then we put a little gap in so that I know where the separation is. 3, 4. You can all get water from behind. That'll be great. And those 4 go into more blenders in front of them, but they're going to need 6, which is fine. Well, it's not, because that's in the way. Is it though? Can be back here. That's plenty of space. That's plenty of space. One. 2. 3, 4, 5. Don't know how I did that one. Morning. Huh. I most certainly did. Huh. Oh, God. Oh, go away. Something's wrong. Good eye. I didn't even notice that that's not working, but it didn't work. So time to go fix it real quick. I'll come right back to this. transport. Boom. Does that mean that you were up early enough to see me do the particle accelerators and turn them on? Because they're fucking gorgeous. Only about 2 hours to know? No. They're so gorgeous though. And design the new power plant? Fair. Fair. I have a horrible idea for my next playthrough. I don't like how these trains look, and I don't think that they need to be side by side. I also don't think we need any intersections like this. I don't think they need to exist. I think they're a waste of time. I think every intersection is a roundabout, and I think the tracks are on top of each other. There's one track here, and then there's another track just like with like, I don't know, like yay, like that wheel length gap, and then there's another track above it, and I just have to design a blueprint that makes it look like they're supported like that. And then every intersection becomes roundabouts, which are way easier to deal with. Yeah. Okay, you're actually just gonna wait there. No, if I leave you waiting there, you'll cause an issue. I'll just delete you. I'll put a new one down in a second. Which is also one of the best games ever. I have never played any factory builder before this playthrough. This is my first time playing any sort of automation or factory game. So I think that the problem is that I sent it to a port that doesn't have a belt on it. Here it all is. There's no belt here. The question is, why do I even have multiples? That's the better question. Like, why do I even have multiple zones? How do you like it? Oh, I'm firmly in love. I mean, my current save file is nearly 400 hours. To be fair, like 60 or so of those would have been AFK. So you're elevator 1, and then this one is just called elevator 2, and it just doesn't need to be there. This one is the one that brings fuel here whenever needed. It's actually full of packaged turbo fuel, but it will automatically change to packaged turbo fuel if it, or packaged rocket fuel if it ever uses up all of the stuff. But it also means like those two don't need to be here either. They're literally all pointless. You need the one that will go get fuel whenever fuel runs out here, and you need the one that you can drop a drone anywhere and then start delivering to that port. So this is this drone's home base, and it will just go whenever it needs fuel. Right? And this one doesn't have a home base drone. It's just an empty thing that will then receive items whenever I send them, like this. Issue fixed. While we're here, I have a different issue. Pretty sure those are full. Yep. Those. The different issue is just that my inventory is like full, or just about. I think that's all the important shit. Yep. Which is again a fine issue because I have a solution right there. That's the closest solution. It's a garbage bin. And just in case, because there's too much for my garbage bin, a secondary garbage bin. Yoink. There we go. Yeah, you take that wire. Alright, I know we're supposed to be building the power base, and I am. I'm gonna build the power base. I'm gonna go back in just a moment. Right? I will be going back in just a second. I don't want to block that train, because that train is headed off to the pasta station. Oh, actually, that train is headed off to the pasta station. I'm pretty sure. No, it is not. That looks like one of my pasta ones, but apparently it's not one of my pasta ones. Bitch has got like 3 or 4 trains. Oh, not that one. Boom. Something for you to try.
What happens if you add nerds to coffee, grind it all up, and pull a shot of espresso with it? You guys really wanted me to try this, so let's try it out and see if it even works. I started by measuring out 18 grams of coffee, and then I added nerds candy to the beans before transferring them right into my grinder. And
absolutely the fuck not. Absolutely the fuck not. Nerds into coffee is a bad idea. can't imagine people like do this whole thing without building trains. Like they just run like belt highways, like all the way out to here. Like really? And just manually run a belt highway out? Like that sounds insane. When you could have choo-choos? Trains can be inconsistent only if you fuck them up. Ooh, we're only at 50% uptime. Yo. What am I doing wrong? Whatever I'm doing wrong, it's here. Where are all my fused modular frames? So 1.5 a minute per machine. 5 machines. 7.5 fused modular frames. That's right. Right. Yeah. I actually thought that might be an issue. I thought that might be an issue, but I thought that that was going to be an issue that would take 20 or 30 hours to become a problem. In fact, the ingots are backed up at the moment. With the ingots backed up at the moment, we shouldn't be running into that issue yet. That issue should be hours and hours and hours away. What's your problem? Oh no. That's a Mark II belt. These require 240 a minute. That is 120 a minute belt that requires 240 a minute to get in. Okay, but also we're out of ingots. So 2 problems. Two problems. The machines don't get enough ingots, and also our throughput of ingots to this factory is not good enough, despite having 3 trains picking up the ingots right now. Yep, it's empty. Here comes a new one. And there's another one behind it. Inconsistency. So the problem with that is that there's a train like this buffer here plus 2 full boxes, which should be enough of the buffer at this side to make sure that I can deal with the whole feast or famine thing, right? Like the whole, oh, there's a shitload of it, right? Like that was the idea. Is that there'd be a shitload would come in at once. Look, the incoming transfer rate overall here is 1,032 items per minute. That's actually not enough. I'm making 1,200. That's actually not enough. I'm making 1,200 and I'm only bringing in 1,000. Yeah, but I'm using 1,230, but I'm only making 1,200. But I'm only bringing in 1,000. So we actually need another train. So the normal train, the backup second one, that would take the place of the normal concrete, right? The freight car where the aluminium goes. Same car. Speedy aluminium 2. You sure it can't deliver? No. The boxes are empty, look. Edit timetable. Go to Alumina 2. And then to pasta station. From Alumina 2, you will unload nothing, load aluminium ingots. Save. And then at the pasta station, you will load nothing and unload aluminium ingots. Save. Save changes. Turn on. Get out of here. So that's the one that brings concrete. That's fine. Way. That's the transfer time. Yeah, it's the transport time that's... Let me show as long as the boxes aren't filling it. Well, the boxes aren't full. It is a transport time because I'm only using 1 cart. Right? So what maybe I should have done, knowing I needed so much aluminum, is maybe I should have just had a second station that just took, like, let's say instead of 1, let's just say it had 3 aluminum on the back, right? And then we could have just sent 1 aluminum train straight there and back that would just bring 3 whole loads every time, instead of bringing 1 load every time, which maybe is what I should have done, right? Now, does a train freight bring... The routing underneath for this is pretty neat. It actually is, and it'd be super easy to change the two specific trains. Like the one picking up concrete and aluminum could just stop picking up aluminum. And I could just make one that here, and it would be pretty easy to do, but I want to see if this fixes it. So we'll come back at some point early tomorrow and see if that's enough or whatever. It's almost certainly not going to be. So the second one will get like 20 bars. Oh, you can fix that. You can fix that also. So here, if I look at my aluminum speed train, right? And you can say pasta station, edit timetable, edit. And you can say one load/unload has been complete. You can change that to freight wagon is fully loaded/unloaded. So in an event where you have a high throughput item like aluminium, this is probably what I should do, because I still think running two trains might be okay, right? But what you do is you set it to basically not leave until it's fully unloaded, or it's been like, let's say, I don't know, 5 minutes or something, right? So that if it can't unload the full amount, it'll at least wait until it's been a few minutes to unload, right? But if it can unload the full amount right away, then it'll just leave, right? So yeah, that setting on. I don't have that setting on because I didn't want an aluminium train to show up and like stop my 500 rubber or 500 concrete per minute for like whatever reason. But to be honest, it probably doesn't need that because we're not really using very much of it. We're using like, I don't know, 300 or something rubber, which is less than a third of what we're using in the aluminium. And we're using 500 concrete, but it stacks to 500, not 200. So the concrete running out isn't going to happen. That being said, we're not encountering that problem right now. We're encountering the problem of, where's the new train, buddy? Like, where's the next train? And I don't think the answer, I do not think that the answer is add 3 more trains. I think the answer is add 1 more train station. Take the 2 trains I've just made, because 2 is probably good, right? And then you just fucking fix them up. You just fix them up to go to a second station, which wouldn't even be that bad. I'd just like set a box or 2 this way and do the other thing. And I don't believe you're here. Okay, but I actually got to phase 5 though. I got all my particle accelerators up and running a few hours ago. We're on phase 5 now. So I've also generated the extra 1,000 nuclear pasta that is for the first phase 5 part. However, we do have a little bit of a train throughput problem we're discovering. No space for holes. I'm gonna put the holes on this side instead, so the train stations could be really close together. That was my thought. You can put the holes on whatever side you like. I still like the idea of having 2 carts for it so that it's quick. I feel like if I have it bringing 3, that should be more than enough. Right? Really? Okay. Sure. That's fine. No problem. That should fix that so that you go with no problem. Look at this guy. 3 of them back to back just because I can. They only deliver the rubber and plastic. And this is one of the ones that bring aluminum, right? You are. So, edit timetable. No longer go to pasta station. Instead, go to this one, which I didn't rename. Should have called it pasta too. Unload only. Aluminium ingots. Load only none. Save. Save. That's still the secret. Tortellini, fettuccine, my favorite. So the problem here being not that it's trains, it's how far away. No supports for your train lines. They don't need it. Look, they got like fucking engines on them, flying them in the air. There's even another engine at the bottom there. I think I could make a better one, but like, I really like the idea of these trains are supposed to be in the fucking air. I love that. something I could have done, which I didn't do, but I wish I did, is what I could have done was get the smallest sign, and I could have nudged it up into those fans and set it to the brightest red light, or like flame style light that I could have set, and like hidden it up in the fan so it looked like there was like a red, so it looked like there was combustion coming off the bottom of it, essentially, right? That's something I could have done, and I think that would have been a lot better. Engines that can somehow lift hundreds of ton. Listen, it's that, or you have to go through your whole railway putting supports everywhere all the way to the ground. This looks cooler. I love original grade for the last piece of uni came back. I don't know what that means. See, look at how far away Illumina is. It's rough out here. Later setting to really sell the idea of a hover rail. Ooh, yeah, yeah, that would be cool. Okay, so here's the problem, right? This is full all the time. Every time it gets here, this is full. And so that is a problem. So instead, we'll do this. Adding extra cards to the train would help the problem. Yes, it will. Something there? Yes, I do that. Whenever I've done this a few times, and I usually grab a metal pole and like make it like a 2-meter pole, and then just fucking yoink it into the middle here, so it looks like it supports. Next means you miss out on building cool bridges. Yeah. Yeah, I see that as an issue. Ta-da. See? They hold up. So a train can actually only take that much, right? Like each, but the box holds a little bit more than the train could take. but look at how long it takes for the next train to get here. This was definitely the problem. Who builds the world is rail and road infrastructure? Yeah. I decided on floating Skytracks this time because it's my very first time playing any factory builder, let alone Satisfactory, right? And so I was just like, it's just like one extra thing that I'd have to deal with. Like, I didn't really know or understand how to use blueprints or anything like that, and it just was a lot, right? It was just a lot. And so I was like, well, Skytrains will fix that problem. Oh, hang on. They come out this way. Cool. Let's just really quickly look. What is it that you have in that second one? Aha. So you can actually keep doing that. So that's the concrete one. But this will always be full of concrete. It won't be able to take any because there's fucking a billion concrete, right? And then it doesn't even have a last cart, and that's so it'll just take from this one anyway, which is perfectly fine, right? Especially because that's the first one flying out of this box, so it'll be the easiest one to refill because it's getting 50% of everything. Speed and quality of builds when used correctly. Oh, absolutely. And I've used a lot more blueprints since setting up my railways, right? I've used quite a bit more. I've started making my own like things for a lot of different things, right? Like I've started using even doing all the like pipe work for connecting blueprints in the back and shit like that. But like at the beginning when I first got trains, I barely knew what the fuck I was doing, right? Like I didn't, like my heavy oil refineries are all like set up with all their tubing and everything. But like I didn't know. Off. Okay, so we're still gonna have one empty, and you're gonna do 3 instead of 1, right? And then you're gonna pass a hell of a lot of blueprinting. It saves so much time. Yeah. Then you're not gonna go to pasta station. You're gonna go there, and you're gonna do it until it's fully unloaded, or you're gonna wait. I'm gonna say what's like 3 full minutes, like 60, 120, 180. Let's say 200 seconds. It's a little over that. If you can't fully offload, well, you will unload aluminum ingots. If you can't fully unload, then after 200 seconds, you can unload whatever you've got and then head back. Right? You can do the same thing here. freight wagons are fully loaded, but I don't want you to spend the same amount of time here. So I want you to only spend 2 minutes waiting. Now turn on self-driving still. Now I had stopped it just in time, which is fantastic. So it should take all 3. Fantastic. Now, jump in it, because at the other end, I'm going to need to hook those all up to the same place. Right? Maybe set new password to unload. I definitely didn't set it to anything. I haven't even hooked up like belts to come off it or anything. That'll be, I'm going with it right now to set up the new station. Decided on playing any more factory games. Yes, I would definitely like to, but I'm not even sure I'll get to finish this one before it's PV1 launch time. And unfortunately, 250 subs is half what is needed to live consistently. So we will be back on Path of Exile when PV1 launches. I say unfortunately, I'm like looking forward to it. But when we get more spare time, I definitely want to play some others. Not Factoro. Not interested in that. Factoro visually is not the kind of game that I would play. But there are others. Dyson Sphere looks cool. There's another one that's new-ish that looks like it needs a little bit more time to cook before I bother with it, but I can't remember what it's called. The one that uses like pull belt systems instead of push belt systems. Yeah, that one. Star Rupture. That looks interesting for sure. Meh. Well, that's why I said it needs a little bit more time to cook. It looks like very interesting and very promising. It is not ready to be played yet. But it looks great, and I'll get to it later when it's maybe a little closer to being done. Part of that ongoing trend of people just like, you know, releasing games that aren't actually finished, or being like, it's just early game, like just fucking Just finish your game and then give it to me after that. What the fuck? Just finish your game and then give it to me. Let's stop you just in time. I believe I did. Okay, so now we're about to have a new problem. Actually, if I separate you by that much. Oh, those are the ends. Nice, it did all three. Yeah, the one train brings not quite a full cart. Ah, but here's another one. Hold. Hold, 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 hold. Perfect. So this is also the one that just goes to there and comes back, right? Which is fine, except you need 3 freight cars. You've only got 1 right now, and you need 3. Crit me, baby. Over the 7-month sub. Yo, and also the 10 gifted subs. Let's go. So real quick, down here, here's my thought, right? Actually, you can be a little over. Should you come down 2 lines? Yeah, you should come down 2 lines. Right. So. PB2 is also in early access? Yeah. Do you notice another game I'm not playing? Ah. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Notice any other games I'm not fucking playing? Okay, so I'm gonna take these 3. No. Okay. So I'm going to take these 3, right? And we're going to put them like this, right? And here I'm going to put many boxes, actually. you're getting, honestly, this is probably already too much. But like, top of vertical conveyors. Yeah, you can lock them to the end. But not only can you lock them to the end, you can put mergers and splitters on the vertical like that. And instead of having 4 sides, it has 2 sides and an up and down. But you can also just lock them to the end of the lift, like I just did there. Okay, so now those get to start emptying, right? And now what I'm gonna do is put these 3 on the top like this. I'm gonna do the same bullshit with merges. Is it, yeah, like that. Okay, fantastic. Okay, now we've got a ton of storage on this side. Good, because I'm still limited by belt speed, so that's fine. But also my 2 full belts finished are enough, right? Like my 2 full belts are enough. So right here is obviously a problem. But this is the aluminum where it comes down. So let's get rid of this 1 storage, right? We'll reconnect them, which is where all of my alumina is meant to go. And then I'm going to come back here and just put merges. There and there. Then we can run this one. Luckily, there's just fucking tons of room, right? I left tons of room here. So I'm actually not going to connect that yet because I really need you to have that straight edge. Thank you. I know I should connect it. The longer I wait, the less my fucking place is working, but I have kept it all neat down here, and I would like to continue to keep it all neat down here. And so what you need is 2 stackable pulse. And then what you need here is 2 stackable pulse. And that way you can come out on the straight setting and go to there. Perfect. And you can come out on the straight setting, and you don't make it all the way there because we need more stackable pulse. We're gonna make these smart splitters instead, which is another trick I learned. You can select a different thing, like a smart splitter instead of a normal splitter. It doesn't look like you can overdo it like the normal ones, but if you press control, you actually just can. You can change it from a splitter to a merger to anything you want it to be, which I actually wanted that to be a priority merger. So control, control. Right? I want the center input to be high priority because I want you to empty that one first because it doesn't have any buffer before it. Keybind, yeah, middle mouse by default. You just go click and you've got whatever you're looking at. Also, when you're in this mode where you'd like delete stuff, right? If you press the like blueprint one, the button to change it to blueprint, or you whatever, while you're looking at that, if you copy that, you'll copy the blueprint. Okay, so both of those are set to center input as a high priority. So when those trains do still drop, because there's still actually 2 trains that are bringing occasional ingots in this way, right? When they drop, they'll get first priority because they don't have any storage before them. So they need to go into the factory as quick as possible. Whereas these ones now have a huge buffer on this side. Huge buffer on this side. This is a huge buffer, but it's also already almost full. Right, but it wasn't actually running into the base until just then, right? Like it wasn't actually running into the base until just then. Which, like, I'm using almost 2 full belts, which is why there's no point in having any more than that, right? Like, there's no point in having, like, I'm using the 2 belts, but I'm not overusing them, right? So there was no point in having like a separate system to like hook on to whatever. I might as well just fucking hook everything into what I was already doing. So power, I think it's back to power. Yeah. I just want to sort of sit here for a minute because I want to see the train. Basically, I want to see the train show up while this is still emptying or only just finished, right? Like that's the idea, is that a train should get here either when it's just finished or before it finishes. How do you spell fettuccine? That's not right. That's not right. I don't like that at all. That's incorrect. There we go. Yeah, unfortunately, because of belt speeds, like this is as quick as it can unload. And good news, it's not finished unloading. New train is here. And that new train should just wait if it can't fully unload, right? Although that one did fully unload. Interesting. Started to. Oh well, I mean, I just ran out of power though. Like, I say ran out, but like, my consumption is 82, and it actually jumps up to 92 out of 96. So it unloaded that one because it could, but it is still gonna wait to see if it can unload these. Using powerful nuclear. I mean, I haven't made nuclear, but I'm making pasta right now. There's 15. There is 15 particle accelerators making nuclear pasta now. Should be 7.5 a minute. And then this whole base supports just nuclear pasta, which is like multiple floors of machines, right? All of that is just nuclear pasta, but also all of that is just nuclear pasta, and also all of that is just nuclear pasta. All three bases that we can see from here are just for nuclear pasta. That's the only item that I make here, and I only make 7.5 a minute. Decouple camera, there we go. I had a drone deliver it. Like this area over here, this is as close as I can get. This is as far as my decoupled camera will let me go. But this part over here is just doing the concrete. Oh, not concrete, the sorry, what's it called? Copper powder. This whole system is just for copper powder. That's it. All of this for 7.5 a minute. Yep. Well, there's all of that, and then there's all of that, which is doing all of that is just Caterium ingots. And then my new alumina plant that I was just at before, this is actually the only place it delivers as well. So there's also an alumina plant that's just here for this. And it's just to make 7.5 of these a minute. Like, my depot's now full, my space elevator is full, and when this box fills up, they will start going into the sink automatically as well. I may have gone overboard. I may have made too many. It's very shiny. Yeah, it's all that Caterium color. On the upside, we never ran out of like we literally never ran out of ingots. In fact, we're getting so many ingots that the forward storage buffer is starting to get full. Very slowly. Well, this was the problem. Half of the factory was shut down because there were no ingots, right? Half of the factory was shut down half the time because there was no ingots. So that should now be fixed in theory. Super radar icon called the Kardashians? Yeah. It's my train that brings plastic and rubber. It's my plastics and rubber train. It's called the Kardashians. God, you savage. I don't know, it just seemed appropriate. Cool. Cool. When this one drops in, it's still, because it's just going to concrete and it doesn't need to do anything else, it's still doing that extra stop. This one might not be necessary anymore, but honestly it could bring like so much fucking concrete, so like you might as well keep doing it, because like the concrete's like, you're oversupplying the fuck out of concrete. It's not like it matters slowing that down a little by making it stop at an extra base. Right, and that one is the one that brings rubber and plastic, which are both, we're not using too much of either of those, which is fantastic. And this guy just sort of waits here, hoping that he can unload. So I just want to see what it looks like when he leaves. Like, does he unload whatever he can at the end of his like 200 seconds or whatever? Or does he leave with the carts full if he can't do that? So I actually literally don't know. Well, when you don't set that setting, if there's 4 empty spaces, they'll just unload 4 spaces worth and then leave. So I'm hoping with this setting that if he can't unload the full crate, which he definitely hasn't. Oh, he has. He is able to unload the full crate. So that one's still running. So we're not actually short supply yet. Right? Because again, we can only take 2 full belts at once. That's all the room we have, right? We can only take 2 full belts at once. So that one's still running, and then suddenly the back 2 are full. But the whole factory can still only take 2 full lines, so that's why they empty so slow, is because like they're 3 into 1 and 3 into 1. So we can't unload fully. Yeah, he still had containers, so it was like after the wait period, he just unloaded whatever he could and then headed back, that's fantastic. I'm cool with that. I'm on board with that. That's actually fine. Because that means when he leaves, there's at least 2 of these containers are full, right? And this is the one he unloaded to begin with. So this one should run out first, right? That one should run out first, but there's 2 trains doing that loop and they both have the same weights, right? So there'll be a second train that gets here. And when it gets here, it'll immediately be able to unload a full crate of this first one. And then it'll wait 3 whole minutes, just like the other one. And then it'll unload whatever it can into the back 2, and then it'll leave. So there's the first one, fully empty. Which means these back ones start speeding up, which is great. That's fine. We got to remember also, even if these do fully empty, that's also fine, right? Because this is all buffer and we're only using 1200 in there, and this is 780 a belt. So even if they did completely empty before the next train gets here, that would be fine, as long as the next train isn't like 5 minutes away, right? Like the next, it could all empty, and then a minute later a train shows up. That'll be fine, because you won't go through the storage, because it's very feast famine, which is why I decided to put so much storage there. I actually really should have thought about that earlier, and I should have made a second train to begin with, knowing what the throughput of this item was and its stack size. Like I should have known that would have been an issue, right? Here's this guy. Check your Twitch primes. I'm pretty sure he's the one coming with aluminium. Oh, mate. Let's check your Twitch primes. Must be something else. I don't know what he's bringing. But this is the other Illumina train, all the way over here. This is the one that had dropped off my stuff, which is still headed back to Illumina 2 right now. It is nearly at Illumina 2. This is Speedy Illumina 2, which is the second Speedy Illumina train, which is on its way. These two boxes are half empty though. Those two boxes are half empty though. Sloops and 100, are you still missing some? All of? I believe there are more sloops, more Mercer Spears, and more bugs and more hard drives than I would want. But I have collected a ton of them, and I have been on like outings to collect more, and I have several times run out of alternate recipes to scan, but we did just unlock new stuff. So oh yep, there it goes, unable to scan. Okay, so that's the one that just brings plastic and rubber. So these two are getting awfully low. But yeah, still have, what do we got? I've still got 42 Mercer Spears and 26 slops in there. And I've also got 33 Mercer Spears and 17 sloops on me. And I also have some sloops in a cooling space system, which I don't want to be there. But they have to be for right now. Okay, so here's Speedy Illumina 2. So this is the second train, the other one, that's bringing aluminium in bulk in 3 carts all at once. Because the other one, I don't even know where the other one is now. Oh, there he is. Oh, he's in the base right now, picking up aluminium. So he's in the base right now, picking up aluminium. And this guy is getting here right now to about to drop it off. And look at that. Interestingly, not quite full. Almost full, but not quite full. Which means he also waited at the other base for that 2 minutes and then just took as much as he possibly could. And they just stopped. They didn't actually run out. There's a little bit left in there, but they stop while the loading happens, which is fine. There's fucking tons in here. Haven't even emptied that last box yet. There's fucking 4 double boxes full. Alright, there's his honk. So they're all full again. I think I'm happy with that. That throughput is much better. Funny that, right? going from 1 station receiving ingots to 3 somehow improved our rate of ingots. Who'd have thunk it? Wild in it, right? Ah, and these are back up to 100%. Look, they're back up to 100%. And now the copper's flowing nicely again, instead of doing all its stuttering, which was the first thing that made me go, huh? As soon as I saw the copper stuttering, I was like, huh? Because we're essentially providing exactly 100 copper to each belt. So they should just keep moving like that. Unlike this one over here. Oh, it's because it filled up. It'll take a minute for that to fucking... Like, what if I take half of it right now? There you go. That'll fix that one. If I did that to all of them, it would fix them all, but it's fine. And balance out eventually? It might not. It might not, because there's actually only 2 lines coming in here. And at the bottom of the base, I balanced those 2 lines into 3 equal lines. And then those 3 equal lines come all the way up here, right? And then for each line that comes all the way up here, I have a 5-way split, with the 6th one looping back to the merger. For each of those 3. Yeah, eventually it will run out, but the amount of extra aluminium that exists at the aluminium base in its boxes, that should take about fucking 40 hours to run out. So this was a throughput issue, like that should take about 40 in-game hours to actually run out. This was just a throughput issue. I guess I can fucking leave now? I don't know. Yeah, I think so. Well, I'm glad I came back here just to show off my particle accelerators, because I was very unaware that they weren't fucking working properly. But now I know. See ya. It says only X amount of minutes to get through here. I get why, but I also kind of really like the amount that you can balance with, because you can do a lot. Like you can get to almost any number if you want to by using a combination of like splitters and mergers and loopbacks and different belt speeds and all sorts of things. Right? Like it actually, like you can get a lot. Like one of my favorite tricks for making like making a long manifold build quicker, right, is like, for instance, I have a bunch of refineries that need 52 ore per minute, and they're 40 deep in just a manifold, but just the line that leads into the machines are all Mark 1 belts that can only bring in 60. So like there's 780 on the line. It doesn't split 50-50, 50-50, 50-50. It splits 60 off and sends all the rest forward, and then 60 off and then all the rest forward, until it's down to 120. And then it's half and half and half and half at the end. But it makes the manifold fill up way quicker. Makes the machines all turn on way faster, because I'm just using the slow belts as a limiter, right? So like instead of being like, those first 3 machines have turned on 100% and that 4th one is at like 50% right now, and there's like 2% running at the other end, right? It becomes, like 75% of the machines turned on almost immediately, and just a few minutes later the back ones will also turn on because they're all getting looted by the belts. Okay, so make it over there on the hover pack. And then we will change to the jetpack. I did see some remains. Yoink, I will, yoink, I will take some more alien DNA, thank you. Back to what I was doing, making power, now that my nuclear pasta is up and running the way it was supposed to be running the whole time. Okay, fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. This one thing is going to be in the way. Can I stand on these ones? The other ones I couldn't stand on. I can, but they don't float. Damn it. Okay, so the ones that float up in the air, you can't stand on those. The ones that blow up and just disappear, those ones you can stand on. There's absolutely no shot that we're going to do anything with the polymer resin from this whole plant. It can just all fuck right off. Straight into a sink. I ended on on purpose with the floating horn. I mean, maybe, but ew. But like, there are plenty of other things that like shoot you up into the stratosphere, right? So they could just let you float until you start up into the air until you start taking damage. Well, I don't like that. The other ones go through the pipes basically perfectly. How'd you end up there anyway? Yeah, see if they go through the gap between the pipes when you put it there. I took one from back here, it clipped immediately through the pipe. I'm like, oh, I don't like that. Okay, so these will immediately become full because they can't possibly go anywhere, which is perfectly fine. Let's see. So, a needle pulling thread. Far a long way from so. Tea, a drink with jam and bread. Okay, so you guys need water and heavy oil residue, and that's it. And you're doing the alternate recipe diluted fuel. This full day, and holy shit, I feel overwhelmed. I did too. I did too. So I get it. I feel ya. Okay, so each set of 2 is going to take 2 water extractors, and then also 1 of these. So 2 water extractors into one, 2 water extractors into the other. Oh, power, where are you? Fucking piece of shit. Fuck you. I'll delete that in a minute. Edible sections. Like nice 90-degree corners or whatever. I just, if I ever play again, I will run the mod daisy chain everything. It's fucking crazy that they don't daisy chain everything. Like, what are you talking about even? Like, what are we talking about even? Oh, you need more than that. Right, of course you do. Yeah, it's a mod, and all it does is it gives all the machines, I think, 4 possible connectors, like a Mark 1 pole. So you just bring power into one side, and then link all of the machines to each other. That's better. That's what I want you to be. And do another constructor. Yep. So you bring power in, right? And you just like, you end up with like a power pole here or a wall nubbin or whatever, right? And then you go click from the power to that machine, and then click from that machine to this machine, then click from this machine to this machine, and then click from this machine to this machine, and there's just one line of power that heads down. That's it. It only adds one connector. Oh, really? I thought it added up to 4. I think it has options. I think you can add up to 4. But even if it's only 1 extra, that's fine. I only need it to keep going. Right? I just need it to keep going, please. That's fine. I don't mind that at all. You know what? Fair enough. I'm pretty far away. My bad. It's 4? I thought it was 4, but... like it if they added the ability to do that behind the man research, maybe the Caterium tree. Yes, I do think it would be cool to be in research, like not by, but I'd like it in vanilla. Yep, that's actually fine. Cool. Except you need stuff, don't you? No, you only need those 2 things. Cool. So I'm going to take these, I'm going to go horizontal to vertical, right? And the idea would be to have it just come through. You really not let me do that? So that's the first place you would let me do that. Oh, no, that's fine. Perfect. Look at a device that creates a wireless grid in a cube. A sphere around any machine. The range just gives wireless power. So that was my other idea, actually. My other idea was like somewhere in tier 4 that we should get like Mark IV poles and Mark IV wall nubbins, and that those should still have to be connected by wires, but they would give power in an area like the jetpack uses. So you would still have to like wire into different floors and different areas power, but there would be like, just like the jetpack, if you're within range, it'd be like, there you go. I don't know what tree you'd put that in for it to make sense. But there's definitely a tree you could put that in for it to make sense, right? There's an luxury hub or Sam. Yep. Any of those would be fine. Ta-da. I wasn't knowing if it is, but yeah, there's definitely some cool ideas. I mean, I don't know how much it really is, especially when you allow mods in your game. Like when you allow mods in your game, you're kind of encouraging game dev from home, right? Like you're kind of saying, hey, we did a thing, it's really cool, and if you feel like adding to it, go ahead. Right? I think like armchair game dev only becomes like a negative thing when there's like a group or a community or whatever that's just like, this is all so obvious, you're so stupid, why didn't you just do this simple thing? Look at how easy this would be to fix. It's like a negative thing instead of like the way we're chatting about it right now feels more like a collaborative thing, not a fuck you, why did you do such a bad job thing, right? Right? It's more like, hey, this game is really cool and it's given me other really cool ideas. I wish I could do these things. Not, hey, this is shit because it's a problem and this is why it sucks. Which is like that's a very different thing. Right? Thing is, there isn't We'll see, but yeah. Dude, that's definitely another one that'd be like, there's definitely like part of what must be annoying is like, why don't they just do this? It would be really, really easy. And I'm guilty of it too, right? I say that shit all the time. I'm also guilty of like, it'd be so fucking easy to fix. Why don't you just do this? I do it as well. It just sometimes it seems like the thing that I'm talking about should be pretty fucking easy. And I don't know how to, it's a thing I've struggled with before because I like hung out with and also like personally know now several of the GGG devs, right? So I know that like most of them are at least as smart, if not significantly smarter than me. And I know that to be true. Therefore, if it was as easy as I thought, wouldn't they have done it already? Like, wouldn't that, whatever problem I'm talking about, whatever I'm thinking about, whatever issue I'm having, wouldn't that be fixed if it was that easy? To which the answer is yes, of course it would be, but it's still really, really hard in like, from like my seat where I see a problem that I just can't, like, I'm just like, but that the solution seems so easy still, right? You're just like, but isn't that just really easy to fix? Isn't it just this simple thing? With a concrete construction mode, does it just be vanilla? What's that one do? Consistent text isn't paintable. Oh, that sounds fantastic. I want it. That sounds exactly like something I would like. Although, to be fair, I'm not really doing a fantastic job of decorating my factories this run. That is something that I would love to be better at. I feel like I don't have the time, is the answer. I'm still trying to keep things at least a little neat and organized. Like that's still a thing, right? But you know, neat and organized, one thing, but actually like decorating the building afterwards that's another thing. That's a different thing. That's a because that's like, but now you're done and you could move on and do the next build. But it can say for sure that if I was like a permanent factory builder kind of person, damn, that actually turns, okay, that's gonna suck. Oh, I hate that. I'm not gonna fix it. I'm not gonna fix it, but I hate it. $100 to 50,000. Yeah. Yeah, I see that now, but I thought that I was coming into the corner with room. I don't know. In my head, I thought that was here when I was coming around, and that I would have room, but I'm not fixing it. It just falls back to the whole, I wish I had time. I would love to be picky about everything. I would love to decorate all my buildings. I would love to experiment more with like how to decorate and what I can decorate, and like I want to make curves and like fancy things, and I want to do a lot, but I also want to finish the game. I might leave those walkway there for now because I think there's a chance that I might run that third one next to it to do the other stuff down here. Those are foundations. We definitely don't have enough curves. Yep. Yeah, there's a bunch more of those sort of things that I think could be done really cool. Okay, so out of here only comes fuel, and the fuel goes into here where it becomes fucking it needs all things. So this is where it becomes a logistical issue. So I think what I actually need, is that the right height? Oh fuck yeah. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Okay, so if I do this, all right. is where we start needing to color code things. So this guy needs 4 inputs to make whatever the fuck you are, rocket fuel, right? Is it nitric acid fuel? Yeah, that one. This guy needs 4 inputs: coal, sulfur, nitrogen gas, and fuel. And I was like, shit, how am I gonna get all the belts and 2 pipes in here when the machines are right there? And like, you just want to run it right across. Well, you run it right across. At exactly the 4 meter height. Although it is 2 into 3. So what I actually want to do is see if I can. I may have to use a half. I may have to use a half. I don't know yet. Ooh. Will that work for me? Will you let me connect to the front there? And then, yeah, you will. Fantastic. Fantastic. So we do that until it's straight still. Sweet. And deleting this will be really, really easy afterwards. Right, we do the same thing here. We step you up to the exact same spot as the last one, which is right there. And then we step you up, which I didn't give enough for. Lol. To the exact same spot as the last one. Boom. And then you unfortunately come out of the middle, which means your pipework has to look a little bit weird because it's a 2 into 3 split, but that made that incredibly easy to do in the air the correct way without ever reaching a height problem. There's more than enough room in these pipes for it to be its own buffer. It never needs a headlift problem, and there's room to run belts through the middle still. I love that. I love that. I love that that worked. I'm very happy about it. Buildables and models and pre-made curves, but using them is kind of meh. So I love the idea of getting like, I love getting ideas is what I meant to say from people. I'll take ideas from like YouTube and any streamer videos I see or anything like that. Ideas are fine, but to me, you still have to make the blueprint yourself. You still have to like do the thing. I don't want to use anyone else's blueprint for nothing, right? That's like, I didn't come up with the idea for those floating rails. That was something I was shown and I was like, that looks cool. It'll save me a bunch of time. Let's make it. So everything, just have that flip in. That connects. That connects. And for this one, I could actually come here like this, and that would all be even better. Right, and then put that in the middle. You go in there. You come out to your 3 machines, and then we delete the floor. We need larger blueprints. I want larger blueprints anyway. I would like a 10 by 10. I could build a whole factory in a 10 by 10. I could build a whole factory in a 10 by 10. There's a large one, but you risk crashing your game. Mods have a lot of things. I will not use very many mods. I won't use mods for like larger blueprints or like mega prints, I think they're called, or anything like that on a second playthrough. I will use things like daisy chain everything, because that's one of the things that I'm like, that should just be in, right? Like that should just be part of the base game. And so I'll do that. The worst part is apparently you could daisy chain machines together in vanilla at one point during development, and they actively took that away. And I'm like, I don't know about that, my dude. That seems like the wrong choice that you have made. I think that you had the right idea, and then you second guessed yourself, and you shouldn't have done that. Okay, so those are fantastic. That's set up. The water's set up. That is the initial fuel set up. Any reason for taking it away? No, not that I know of. I don't really know because I haven't been around, right? Like, this is my first time playing the game at all. I was just told by other people who play them a lot that it used to be a thing, but now is not. So I could even be wrong. I didn't fact check them. But nobody in chat would ever lie to me on the internet. That's like an infallible source, right? Nobody in chat would ever lie to me on the internet. Right? Definitely not. Yeah, I didn't think so. Of course not. Right? Okay, so the third one, it's going to do the same thing, but intentionally further out. Same reason solar power. Yeah, renewables, like renewable energy, I fully agree. It just doesn't really make sense, right? Like I don't think that that's right. And why I hear Factoro clears this game. I don't know what clears this game means. Like what does that mean? Oh, is better? Oh, I can answer that super easily. You hear that Factoro is better because it came out first, and there are diehard fans, just like in every genre of anything. Anybody who's trying to do something in the same genre, the diehard fans will be like, oh, it's like that, but shitter. Because that's just how people are. Oops. But like that is like no meme. That's why you hear that. They're games in the same genre, and therefore they can't both be good for a lot of people. Obviously, there are a lot of people who aren't stupid, who don't do and say stupid shit like that, right? And there's a lot of people who would just enjoy both games or just enjoy the one they like and not play the other one. But there'll at the same time always be people who are like, oh, this one that I was doing first is clearly superior, and this other game you're playing is actually trash, right? Like, they're just, those people just exist. Which brings you to my absolute favorite sentence. Guys, stop. You're having fun wrong. which I love. Do you have fun in a way that contradicts the way I have fun? It's no, you know, it's so much worse. It doesn't even contradict the way they have fun. It's just not exactly the way they have fun, and therefore yeah, regular human beings who are like, you know, have brain cells and have any rational thought in them whatsoever, will be like, you know, super happy to like either just enjoy both of them for their differences, or if you just don't enjoy one of them, they just won't play that one and it'll be fine. But you'll always get the guy. You'll always get that diehard guy who's just like, I know how to have fun right, and the rest of you are not having fun right. How dare you? It's actually offensive to me that you're having fun in the wrong way. It doesn't matter. I'm deleting all those power pulse. There's some viewers won't want me over. I probably won't play Factoro, and it has nothing to do with how good or bad it is as a game, and everything to do with my own personal love for decent graphics. It's a very, very large amount of what makes a game fun to me is that the graphics look good, which is not important for a lot of people, but it really, really is for me. So You spend far too much time trying to get you to play games that don't look good. Yeah, and I don't know why people still do that. Like, because I'm not even trying to tell you that it's a shit game. I just don't like I like to have graphics. That's what I want. Right? Like I like to have graphics. Good graphics. It just sounds cool, art styles, etc. Yeah. Like, it doesn't need to be like actual like realism graphics or anything like that either. Perfect. You get the blue because you're water. You get to keep the orange because you're literally you're actually the purple one, but it doesn't matter. I don't mind the UI or the pixel art or whatever, but the 2D side scrolling puts me off. See, 2D side scrolling isn't the worst for me. I don't like mind that. But it's a pixel art is something I absolutely can't stand. I cannot stand pixel art. Hey, something I've never done just suddenly hit me with a bout of curiosity. And thanks for calling it low effort. Yeah, I did stop saying that out loud. Has anyone tried to or seen what happens if you like have two different fluids and you just fucking join them? Like, you just put a junction and just connect two pipes that go to different fluids. What happens? I'm not insane, so no. I mean, I've also never done that, but I suddenly want to know what happens. Like, that is indeed an insane thing to do. However, okay, this is a terrible plan, but like, I'm just gonna grab that, right? And then I'm just gonna grab one of these, right? Oh no, but like, what if it ruins things in my lineup, man? Like, what if I have to, no, I can't do it. Like, this is a production line. Like, what if I have to like rip down pipes and rejoin them? And also, I just know I'll have to do it later. Like, I'll have to do it later, like not in the middle of a production line. Right? You can flush the pipes, it's fine. You know what? You actually can flush the pipes. You know what? You can flush the entire system. You're right. Good call. Okay, so the thing is, that is heavy oil residue. That is crude oil. Cannot connect pipeline networks containing different fluids. It says so. It's one of the... You know what? They should have let that happen, and they should have just come up with some names for like mixed shit and just had it like never work in any machine. Ever. Never do anything. Right? But just come up with a bunch of names for whatever mixed things happen, and just be like, this is full of fucking garbage. What is this? And then you have to go looking for the thing that you've made or whatever, right? I don't know, that would be cool. Okay, so these can go now. So F and Control and G, and we get rid of these 1 meter foundations. Boop. Thanks, pipework. Auto control crafters. Select different fluid. Nice. Why would that matter? I'm just trying to figure out why that would be easier. And I don't know. Easier in your hands? Ah, maybe. It's been a little while since I had my nails cut, and it's actually really fucking easy for me to press like multiple buttons. Like control and shift at the same time with my pinky finger, because fucking look how long my nails are right now. It's like a fucking claw. I definitely need to get them done again. Look at the regrowth. That's fucking hideous. That's half the nail. Definitely gonna need to do something about that. Alright, we're gonna call it a day here though. This is the one that suffers from PoE. Yeah, you know what I do want to do at some point? I want to set up hotkeys on my mouse for this game, for Control C and Control V, because that's something that's gotten me a few times where you've got to like, you want to hold Shift and D to move this way, but you also want to Control V on the way through to like paste everything, and that's like I can get there, but it's fucking awkward. But if I could put copy and paste on my thumb buttons, yeah, on my like thumb keys on my mouse, that would be really, really good. Whew. Alright, so just recapping, because people from YouTube will come to the end. We're making our last, hopefully, rocket fuel factory. But all we've got up to right now is that bit's all done, where we've made the direct fuel. I've got to pipe in all these resources and set my actual rocket fuel up, set up this back loop, Still got to do all that. And then run 180 fuel generators. But that should solve our power issue, at least for a little while. Ah, see the overhead we've got right now? That's why this means that our pasta factory is running properly. We don't have a lot of space. Maximum consumption 94.3, production 96.2. You know, I'm just gonna come back up here real quick. We're just gonna do something real quick before I go to bed, because I feel like I will forget if I wait any longer, or if I like don't do it now. So I'm just gonna come back here. We're just gonna throw these two things down, right? And then we're just quickly gonna put this alien augmenter here. And just fucking plug that bitch in the grid. For a nice 9.6k plus the 500. So a nice 10k extra to play with. You're paying for the whole face 7, right? I don't know about that. But we didn't have any playroom. In fact, we wouldn't even, we don't even have enough to finish the power factory without this. I need the alien augmenter down so that I can build the machines that'll generate power before everything's fucked. Have you set to hold? You can set it to toggle? Oh my god. I don't want to hold the zip line either. Oh my god, that's so much better. Oh, that's so much better. Okay, real quick. This. Get rid of the blueprint mode. Filter for just that. Now we can get rid of all of our pipeline wall supports that are just fucking hanging. I think there should be one more. Oh yeah, here. There we go. Ta-da! Much nicer. Alright, that'll do for now. Tomorrow we'll finish this and then start on whichever one of these is the one that requires pasta to make. Because one of them I looked, I think it might be this one, requires pasta to make and that is never made again for anything. It's completely useless. It is just for the elevator part. And so I can dedicate my pasta supply to that until I make it, until it's done. I think it's this one. I'm not positive. It could be, I don't know which one it is, but I can do that until it's done. And then I can take my pasta back. That doesn't actually need to keep going. And I can use it in like nuclear power or whatever. So whichever one of them is the one that requires more nuclear pasta to make, that'll be the next factory. Alright. Save game. Save. Your game was saved. Okay, sure. Now, where are we gonna send people? Yeah, are we gonna send people? Hey, rest of your night? Oh, my night's over. It is the bedtime is what it is. Enjoy a book reading time. I actually haven't read a book in a few months. I really need to soon. Let's go. Let's go over there. Okay. Excuse me. I will see everybody tomorrow. Goodbye.